Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup PMAC 2025. It is your boy Priest on the microphone, and I am joined once again by Mitch. Mitch, how are you feeling today? Well, it looks like Mitch might be having some audio difficulties. Hopefully, that will be sorted out very shortly. But I think she's good now. You're good now, right? You're good, right?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay. She's
yes.
good.
Yeah.
She's good. She's good. She's
Thank
good.
you for the beautiful introduction. Again, it is amazing to be here. I'm actually quite excited, and I can't wait to see how the teams will be performing today. I'm really, really looking forward to see how it will be going. But otherwise, I'm really excited. Very excited, actually.
Yeah, I'm just as excited as you. We had all the groups play yesterday. We had Group A, Group B, Group C. But before we got to the groups, we started with the online qualifiers. Run for a week between July 13th to 20th. We had 48 teams qualify from that stage into the group stage where we are in right now. And we are in our first week. And the next week will be week 2. That will be going on in 9th to 10th of August, and then we will have week 3 between the 16th to the 17th of August. The 48 teams will be divided into 3 groups, and 14 teams will make it to the Grand Finals in Kenya, Nairobi, where it's going to be an important factor because the winner will qualify for 2025 PMGC. Mitch, this prize pool is absolutely incredible. I mean, just take a look.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, $8,000 on the line for the teams. The first place getting $2,000. I believe that is where all the teams will be looking to be placed. Second place as well gets $1,400. With third place getting $1,000. That is also really good for the teams that will be landing on those slots. Fourth place all the way to the 16th place in these games will be getting themselves at least a part of the prize pool, a part of the $8,000 prize pool, which will be a very good thing, a plus for the teams that will also make it to the top 14. But then again, getting a part of this prize pool is the best thing for them so far. Amazing distributions there. They will be able to enjoy that. And looking at the points system, we have the usual standard where we have once you get a chicken dinner, that is a guaranteed 10 points for your team. Second place getting 6 points, third getting 5, fourth getting 4, fifth getting third, sixth getting 2, seventh to eighth getting 1, ninth to the 16th place getting no points. And then, of course, each elimination will be counted as 1 point for your team. I mean, that's basically what all the teams should be putting at the back of their mind. Once you get the chicken, that is where the holy grail is. You get yourself, I believe, the most points when it comes to the whole game in general.
Absolutely right. The most points from that chicken dinner, if you can add a bunch of eliminations to it, it will increase your odds. But we have 3 groups, like we said earlier, Group A, B, and C, and all the groups will be playing today. So watch out for your favorite teams in your favorite groups. Execute Unique, 4 Miracles, all in Team A, and let's not forget 1011 Ecstasy, Neon Rising, The Emperors, and Royal Academy, Zeus, and more eSports turning up the heat. And in Group B, got RRQ, One Band, Mercenary Union, 3 Crown eSports, 21st Century Rescue eSports also in the mix, and Eclipse eSports also there with Mad Monkeys. And then in Group C, we have Rejects, Galaxy Legends, Tribe Warriors, Dream Team also in the mix there, Evil, F4, and 4B4M. Also, no more esports. All these teams will be clashing once again today in Group C. So keep your eyes peeled because we are kicking off today's games with Group C. We've got Rejects starting with Reverb and Baby, first 2 on the mix there. Galaxy Legends, Jamesy, Riz, and 2Mag also in the lineup. Goat for Glory again. They've got Fragizio again also in the mix. Tribe Warriors with Top C, Armani, Sting, and Madness. And again, these guys are going to be absolutely tearing it through in Group C. But let's not forget, Tadaki's also in here as well with Honcho and Dybala in the mix. We're going to be looking out for those two. And let's not forget, Zeus, Final Boss, Ara, Kairos, and Gods also in there. Insane Esports with Thirst, Draco, Razor, and Bricks. Very, very solid squad. Can they take the winner chicken dinner in their only game of today? Let's not forget, Riz Esports is also there, and the guys from Evil One with Lucifer and Evil Rashford. Those two you got to keep your eyes open for those two players. Dream Team as well do have Peter, Nova, Sad, Ace, and Light. Incredible squad. All they need to do now is find that chicken dinner. And Espada, the best performing team from yesterday, also in the mix. Osal and Morgan in the front lines. And let's not forget the rejects. Paradox, Ara, and Rush God also in the mix. Let's not forget Enos as well. He was very, very crucial to their performance yesterday. And then we have Force for Squad, F4, Sham, Crasher in the mix, DBP, or rather, is it OBP? I think it's OBP, right? The original Black Panthers. It is them, yeah. Lord Shad and Atomic in the mix. 4B4M also having Baby Rich and Antho, and No More Esports, Bolyup and Flame with No More Aura all in the mix. These guys are going to be turning up just like they did yesterday. They had an amazing Miramar. Can they do the same in Erangel today? Well, that is the question. Mitch, which of these teams do you think is going to, turn the heat up today?
You put me at a hot spot, but I can say for the teams who will be really surprised, but we'll be seeing how that goes. I mean, the match schedule is here. We have match 1 as Group C playing in Erangel. Match 2, we have Group A playing in Miramar. Match 3, we'll have Group A again playing Sanhok. And then match 4, we'll be having Group B playing Erangel. And then we'll be closing the day with match 5 as Group B playing in Miramar. I believe that is where we'll be seeing a lot of interesting games, especially in the two Erangels. That is where most of the teams are doing the most. They're trying to get many points there because when they go to Miramar, that comes a little bit tricky for them. Looking at the teams playing in Group C, we have seen a couple of good teams. We have seen Tribe Warriors, the Donkeys, Zeus Final Boss. Yesterday, we had the Spider getting a chicken dinner in the first game for Group C. That was their first game they played, since all the other groups played 2 games yesterday. But then again, they came in quite excited and ready to show us some interesting gameplays. We did not expect some teams to be that aggressive, but it is PMAC. All the teams are going to be putting their best forward. 4B4M, No More Esports as well. They did the best in that game. We also have Riz Esports, Insane. They did show up quite well. Dream Team, they were kind of dominating, even though they were not able to get themselves a chicken dinner. These teams actually did a really, really good job. Yesterday, Group C was really, really pumped up and ready to show people that they were ready for the games. But today, I think the spotlight will be on Group C. They are the ones who have the most games to be played.
Okay, well, Mitch has somehow avoided the entire thing I asked, because all I said was who are you expecting to perform in Group C. But yeah, she's going to be political with it. But me personally, I mean, Group C, they did have one game yesterday. They had only like one match yesterday. So this is going to be their only match for today. They are the only team, they are the only group to split, one game over 2 days. So that's very interesting, especially in the in the mentals. But over the weeks they will have days where they will play twice in a single day. So that's why I love the structure so much. It really goes around both ways. All the groups will play a total of 10 matches each, so that is going to be fine across the board. But some groups, today's the first time they will play specific map. Group A plays Sanhok for the first time today, so again all of this ties into their performance, and then we'll see. But all of those games that we saw yesterday, there is a leaderboard. there's actually a leaderboard.
Mm-hmm.
Your performance and everything that you've done so far, it will tie into the leaderboard. So when you look at the leaderboard, you will see for yourself how well have you performed so far. Some teams, they played only one match and somehow they performed well enough to be in the first bracket of that leaderboard, because that is where you want to be. You want to be in the top 14. You want to make sure that your points are guaranteeing you a slot in to Nairobi, Kenya. And if you take a look, you already see how it starts. Angry Smoke with their performance yesterday, getting one chicken dinner after playing 2 games with a total of 37 points, puts them in a very, very beautiful position. Unique as well in second place with 33, and More Esports with 23, and 3 Crown Esports with 22 points. Espada with 21. Espada being the only team here in Group C that has played only one match in the top 8. Now that is absolutely impressive. Double RG also in there with 20 points, shared with Neon Rising and Zeus Esports. Now these teams that you've seen here so far, they have, as it stands, they have the upper hand against the other teams that are yet to break into the top 8. But let's not forget, every single team here has played, except Espada, every single team here has played 2 times. And then you have the other side of the leaderboard, No More Esports, also in this break, in the top 16, 9th place. No chicken dinner, 1 match played, but they have a total of 18 points. That's a very good way to start off your campaign. Temper in 10th with 16, but they have played 2 matches. Same thing with the Royal Academy, Mercenary Union, Execute, 1 band, and the Invisible Team and Rodriguez Esports. Now these guys in the top 16, remember where 1 band is sitting right now, that is where you want to sit. That is the exact place you need to be. 13 points is the cut-off mark. That is the point you need to get to if you want to make it and book your ticket to the Grand Finals in Nairobi, Kenya. But we still have some more teams after this page. Mitch, you're going to take a look at 17th all the way down. How do you think these teams should approach today's matches?
I believe for today's matches, when you look at Rescue 12, 21, all these 21st, sorry, when you look at them, they were actually quite promising yesterday, just that things did not go as planned, and somehow they ended up in the 3rd page of the results, where they have Rescue Esports has 12, we have 12 getting 12 as well, 21st having 11 points, for Zeus, Reject, the Donkeys, XTC, and Force. I am not sure how they ended up there, but you do understand it was the first day, and sometimes you are not yet really familiar and you tend to get a little bit confused, or rather, I wouldn't say choking, but they have to be really confident when it comes to today's matches, just like you've told them, where there is the 14th mark. That is where they need to be, because if they do not make it there, then we might not be able to see each other in Nairobi, Kenya when the time comes for the grand finale. So I'm hoping when it comes to today's matches, those teams will be looking to increase, or rather be a little bit more confident. And in 25th place, there we have RRQ getting 5 points in total, tied with North and EC. They are getting 5 total points from that Zeus final boss. They played only 1 game, that is in Group C, together at Riz Esports. They have only got 4 total points from that. In that position 30, we have GUF. They have 3 points. 31, we have Troy Barriers with 3. And then 32, we have Navy with 3 total points as well. For these teams, I'd say, especially the teams that played 2 matches yesterday, they should be a little bit worried with their performance, but they do have some time. I believe there are at least 2 more weeks to go, and also for today they can use it to their advantage, get some more points, and then move up the leaderboard. Seen already, we have a team you've mentioned, that is Espada, that has already made it to the first page with just 1 game. I think that's something these other teams will be forced to look at when it comes to the overall ranking. On to position 33, there we have 4 Miracles. They have 3 total points. RJC with 3 as well. Excuse me, as well. in 35, we have 4B4M, SU, and the Emperors getting 2 total points from the only games they played yesterday. 4B4M there and RJC are the only team we have seen playing only one match, so they have some time to catch up. We have OTC with just one, MM with one, and then Rush is there with one point as well. It is quite alarming, when you look at the points now and you realize that it's getting a bit intense now. They need to start figuring out what next for our teams, because at the end of the day, every single point counts. You have seen the rankings, you have seen the points you get from winning a game, and the points you get from every placement in the game. So for me, I'd say, Chris, that when it comes to these teams that did not make it to the top 14 yet, they have some time to improve. But what I'd say is they should really, really focus on the next coming games and get as many eliminations or placement points if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Insane Esports, Dream Team, Ruthless Esports, Galaxy Cypher, Glory again, Original Black Panthers, and Evil One still yet to make their mark on this tournament, especially, Ruthless Esports, the only team in this box that has played 2 matches. They're yet to find their footing. But this is a perfect opportunity for them to step up to the plate, turn things around and pick up where they left off. Big opportunity for them. But Group C is where it's at in match number 1. Yesterday they did play Miramar. Today they are going to play Erangel for the first time as well. A lot of opportunities for them to turn things around. A big opportunity for them to add more points to the tally that they've already got. Remember, this is a very, very clear and cut tie. Top 14 or nothing. And right now, one band is the team that is sitting in 14th, and left to them, they need to add more points as well to scale out of 14s and get themselves out of the danger zone. So eyes are going to be on the prize regardless for some of these teams to see how they will perform as the first game of day 2 of the PMAC 2025. It is Group C, it is Erangel, and the plane is already in the air. Is this Sauber? Is it coming from Sauber? Is that Sauber? It looks like Sauber, right? From the north? Because this is something I want to be doing right now. This is something I want to be doing. I want to know how well I know the map, that I can tell which
I will tell
direction.
you, but you
Oops, that
don't
was
play
wrong.
Rangel.
That was wrong. I play Rangel. I just don't, I'm still trying to know, like, okay, the plane is coming from me. I mean, I could see Stauber, and I was right. The plane is coming from the north, but more like northwest, actually. Would I say northwest? Yeah, it's a little bit more northwest, just over shooting range. I mean, it does the job, but still, I did get caught out on that one. I want to be getting it right, like proper getting it right every single time I see the plane now. I want to be honing on where it comes through. But I was a little right. North, I would say north. Yeah, north. Yeah, I'll give myself the win. North all the way towards the west. Sorry, the east. Of Milta, a little bit over to Milta Power as well, cutting right through X Force Rejects, probably with a different approach to this, playing as a little bit of a split inside, though. It should work for them. They do have a little bit of an idea to play with. Again, they are in the northern side. They're not too far away from No More as well. And the play zone has blessed them quite nicely, if you ask me. Settling up quite nicely. Most of the teams playing in from that eastern side gonna have a little bit of a something on their hands. They can't work it through. But we do have 2 teams in Yasnaya Poliana, and a lot of rotations are going to be coming through, especially from that eastern side. But let's see what we have on our cards. So there's some teams that do love to play, by the edge of the circle, no matter what phase the circle is in. But do you think that it's better to go to the edge of the circle, maybe from, zone number 3, zone number 4? Do you think that that's better, or do you just like to start playing from the edge of the circle from the beginning?
Well, if you ask me, gatekeep as much as you can. If you can just gatekeep, continue gatekeeping. But yes, getting to be at the edge of the zone at the beginning of the game is not really advisable, seeing that most of the teams are not really even focused in making their rotations towards the safe zone. If they're not in the safe zone yet, for most of them, they will be looking just to get their loot right. They need all the utilities they can get, from their grenades to their smokes, enough ammo, enough meds. They need all this before they can start engaging. So being at the edge of the zone, trying to gatekeep some teams might not be the best thing for now. I'd say focus on making your loot as good as you can, because as soon as the fight begins, I don't think you'll have enough time to get that loot happening. And maybe the teams you're waiting for are very much prepared. They have the needs, and they'll be smoking you guys out where you are. And so you have to be really prepared, and playing on the edges not advisable for the fast zones. Yes, from the third to the fourth, that is where I believe they can start now, waiting for the teams that are late. People that like coming in late to the zone, they love the late rotations. They're taking a little bit of the blue juice and then deciding, okay, we are full, let's now get into the fight. But I'd say yes, zone 3 4, best time to start gatekeeping.
Okay. Well, you all heard Mitch. You know, she has a lot of knowledge in drinking the blue zone, so she already knows what she's talking about. But we did see Galaxy start very strongly there. They did get one elimination. I believe it was from Riz Esports there, breaking the ice and breaking a couple of heads as well. Managed to steal one away. Ineos Naya, a couple of teams around, still circling through. Looks like Team Glory going to be enjoying this one. Insane Esports still in the vicinity as well, just towards the northern side. But we have them in their sightlines as well, and it will make for an interesting rotation going forwards. Looks like Evil One also taking hits there. Rejects preying on them, and that will be the next elimination on lead. Rejects looking very good on that rotation, already making their move and trying to circle themselves to a nice spot outside the zone, or I think they are searching for a vehicle, and Anos will be the one to pick up that vehicle to follow through. Again, a lot of conflicting strategies in this group C, though. I did see a lot of things yesterday, but eyes will still be on Espada and No More Esports, of course. Those guys did perform exceptionally well. And they are the only teams in the top 14 with only one match played. Now that is very impressive. No team in Group C actually did manage to make it in, so that tells you that yeah, there's a long ways to go. And those teams that are just outside of the top 14, you know, what do you think the strategy is for them though? What do they got to do? Because you know, the point distance between 14th place to, I would say, 33rd is like 10 points. You know. So what do you think is the strategy to apply here if you fall into one of those teams that isn't in the top 14 but you're not too far away either?
Chicken. Find that chicken. I mean, chicken dinner, yes, will be close to impossible. I understand that, but find that chicken. That's already 10 points up for your team. It will be really hard, but if they can just focus and decide that chicken is all we need, they can get elimination points from the last zone. I mean, 4 plus 10 is 14. It's not 10 anymore. So if they can just get that chicken dinner, and then now they can maybe farm the third party fights at the last zone and get themselves some elimination points, well and good. But if they can just take their time, do very late rotations just to make sure they don't give the zone some lunch, but if they can really take their time on a serious note and decide we are not going to be fighting anymore and just wait, they can actually do it. Yesterday, we saw a team waiting it out. Yes, they did not get a chicken, but I believe at least they got some placement points there, even though they were eliminated in a very unfortunate way there. But for XTC, we saw them doing that very late rotation. They did get some points there. So anyone can do that now if you can just be patient. I believe sometimes players have that need to fight. You itch to spray because you can see a free kill in the open field, but it will expose your location. So why not? Let's camp. Let's wait, not camp. Strategically holding the buildings in a wrangle.
Well, you all heard Mitch. She's all for camping and hiding from your enemies. So that's all I heard. Every other thing she said, I didn't hear all that. All I heard is camp, and she tried to cover it up. So you know that's not ideal. But strategy, is strategy. And it is the game. Insane Esports, on the other hand, looking very good outside of, I think Yasnaya playing still from that northern side. Probably going to hold on for the most part. Team Glory as well. Oh, this is a very good spot, actually. They have found a nice spot to hold out for the coming zones. Looks like this place will be in the next zone at least. That is what they're banking on. And it's not the worst thing in the world if they can find a way through and get themselves some equal opportunities. and make something out of it, But right now we have those teams that, like we said earlier, one match played, first time in playing Erangel, and they did have, a little bit of notice playing from yesterday, seeing the leaderboard today after one game. Some teams, their morale could be a little bit down, but I don't think that would be the case though. But some teams, they did want to, start very strongly, like Espada and No More Esports from this group. They looked very comfortable. Play zone shifts again towards that central position again. A couple of teams getting forced out, like Dream Team still deep in the blue zone here inside of the military base. That is their position, and it looks like that southwestern side could be having a lot of action. Riz Esports and a couple of others clashing at the bridge, and that could be a very very big indicator that whoever comes out successful from that bridge could have something special on their hands.
True, if they actually wait each other out there, some people might just be on the losing side there. But yes, you've said it, they might have some advantage. We'll see whether that will be the case. But when you look at the Donkeys, I believe this is the only team from Somalia that has made it through the group stages. So for now, Somalia will be having their eyes on the Donkeys just to wait and see how they're going to be performing. But when you look at the players that are in their team, we all know of Hancho, we know of Tony, we know Deidara, we know these team players, we have heard of them, we know how skillful they are. So Somalia can relax and see how good their team is, and probably will be surprising most of us here, knowing that they are a good team and they can do more than we actually expect them to do. But then so far, it seems like finally some teams will be engaging in some fight. Tribe Warriors here, right in the buildings next to school here, waiting for the Donkeys who are just right above them on the southern side, and they'll be waiting for them to come towards them. Maybe one or two knocks will be the thing that will lead us to see an early fight here between the players from Tribe Warriors and the Donkeys. Then now we can see how good they are. And Priest, you do know the Donkeys, and you have heard of their praise, not even just as a team, but as players from Tony to Hancho. I believe those are names you've heard before as well.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I can tell you that, the donkeys and the Somalian teams here, they're enjoying themselves, they're repping the Eastern region. But eyes on the prize regardless. And it looks like the play zone has forced a lot of these teams into very, very compromising positions. I mean, Team Glory, this is a very, very difficult compound to hold out. Too many angles for third parties and too many hillside giveaway positions. Again, they are exposed from the south, especially from the south. It's going to cost them a lot to defend this area, but it is a good position to hold. It's just very, very risky. Now, this is a better idea. At least take out the entire compound and then make it yours. And that could be an opportunity to at least close things down. Tribe Warriors in the vicinity as well, a little bit towards the northwestern side, still keeping their eyes peeled on rejects, or rather X-Force rejects, because we do have rejects here as well. X-Force rejects, one of the better teams, arguably the best team from the South African region. And now, unfortunately, yesterday they just were caught lacking a little bit there, but it's all part of the game. They haven't added the points that they wanted. Final boss looking very good in that northwestern side. Again, I did talk about that position they got by the north side of the zone. It did allow for them to play a little bit closer to that open space. And now this could be the opportunity they've been looking for to get inside the zone even better. But right now, no more on the move. The play zone also forcing them out just outside of Yasnaya into the open, finding a better place to call home, and then that will be a spray to follow through. Paradox from Rejects goes down, but Magician this time, he will not be able to cast any spells to save him. He goes down as well. Another one, Hangman swaying through and manages to escape just by a slither of health, and that is a big thought for them to hold this through, but Rejects will not be stopping either way. Smoke's already in the open as well. And this is a very, very interesting turnout. 4v4M playing as 3. They have lost Baby Rich. And now they will just be down to two players. Now, this is unfortunate, Mitch. Having teams that are playing as three and losing a teammate very, very early, it always makes things very difficult.
Yeah, it does. You have to have the numbers because at the end of the day, you will be encountering teams that haven't even lost a single player. And you being a trio, now you are down to being just a duo. That is where everything becomes a little bit intense for the teams. But then, as you can see now, we have the players there from 4B, 4M, and they seem to be also still losing numbers, and they should be really careful. Otherwise, that one solo remaining will be having the hardest time right now as the game continues. So far, we have Yesnaya, Poliana. There are teams waiting outside Yesnaya, waiting for the others to make their way into the zone. But we have X-Force Rejects here. There is a team right in front of them that is More right in front of them, and Aura with his teammates are just waiting in that building. One beautiful grenade from Force Rejects player Nasser might just be the nade that does take No More Esports back to lobby. At least not even all of them, but one or two might be taken back to lobby. Just one grenade. He tries to pick up the nades here, but then he's not really as confident. And we have the fast look. Is there no more player Flame is down, and RJC can now go in for that push. Only one person remaining in that building. Aura waiting in the corner, the worst room to hold in any compound, because one grenade, every person knows most players tend to hide in those corner rooms. And why would I stay there as well? But Aura is not moving a muscle, trying to cook up a nade as well. But will the nade help him at all? He's quite low. Aura does get damaged with the nades. Nasser trying to cook up another nade, but then Aura there does get cooked with the Molly, and the players from RJC will be going in for that push. For RJC, they are feeling a bit more confident now, I believe, being able to get all these eliminations just at the beginning of the game. Yes, we're in the fourth phase. Most teams haven't been eliminated yet, but we have them getting at least 3 eliminations. That does give them a boost, seeing that they only played one game yesterday and they need all the points they can get before they played enough games to be at the same level as most of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to play at least to complete these set of games so they have a little bit of stats to work with. Original Black Panthers in the vicinity as well, with a sightline on Galaxy Legends. Now Reverb with a sightline on Tribe Warriors, top seed, the first one to go down courtesy of Nasser. And now things are looking from bad to worse. Again, they're trying to surge this through. Molotov immediately into the ground floor, trying to set things down. That's a beautiful grenade, but it's perfectly launched as well from Reyes, and Reyes goes for 2 as well. Galaxy Legends turning things around here. The Black Panthers are looking very, very unfortunate right here, but that's a perfectly launched grenade just by the door. But Riz will allow his wrist to speak for him. S29 trying to circle back, keep the open space now. Insane Esports trying to crash the party. Siki with a backdrop as well. Sees that one again. Lord Shadow goes down and he tries to circle back again into the open space. Riz goes for the third. Riz goes for the fourth. But Riz will be getting dropped down, unfortunately. But S29 is there now with the DBS. But unfortunately, this time they will send him back into the universe. And he will not hold down his teammates. Unfortunately, Galaxy will be getting sent back into the lobby, but what a performance from Riz. And that guy got Riz for sure. Force 4 on the backdrop. They're losing out here, but they are trying to hold a defensive position. It takes a lot here to hold this particular building that belongs to this northern side of the hill, especially where Force 4 is trying to hold it through. But it looks like they are going to do a perfect job for Sham. We'll be closing things down. The DBS swinging from side to side, answering all questions, clearing all doubts. And they do have Crusher with an off angle there. Leo will be getting stopped straight with the Groza. Nasser on fire. And now Dream Team looks like they want to be a part of the party as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was some interesting fights we have just experienced here, but the show hasn't stopped yet. We have Spada, the winners of Group C yesterday, last game of the day, have been eliminated. Really unfortunate for them there, but they do have some time to catch up. But for now, we will be seeing a new team taking on the Chicken Dinner in Group C and maybe changing the scene for us here in terms of total rankings. But for now, we have a couple of teams here in Rozok, at least 3 teams in the same place there in Rozok, waiting for only one one player to make a mistake, and we'll be seeing something happen there. But then Insane spotting a team right in front of him, trying to get some damage. The Mini 14, when used properly, might just be amongst the deadliest guns to use in any game. As long as you understand the gun, you will be having a good time. Reject there. Paradox is low. Insane Razor trying to get some damage. The zone is finally closing in. All the teams will be forced to go towards the safe zone and continue with their fights. Most of the teams also haven't really made it to the zone yet. They're trying to make it to the zone, but then they have teams surrounding them, and fights will be the reason they'll be staying where they are for quite some time. The teams in Rozok are feeling a little bit safe now. The zone is with them. But when you look at Yesnaya, Poliana, it is quite crowded there. We'll be seeing how that plays out. You have Team Glory waiting on at least two teams almost at the same place. I believe everyone will be closing in Rozok because the buildings are in Rozok. It is safe and they need to have the numbers. But then a beautiful nade there from Zeus Final Boss, and the players are down 2 knocks to go. Another nade does connect, and the players are from Reject and losing players one by one. Final Boss being aware that they have the numbers now, they will be doing the rotations, are trying to look for the last player, and that is Rashgard, who's waiting patiently by the buggy, and he's going to be going in for that, which has to be careful, has been spotted, and another team has been eliminated. Reject have been taken back to lobby by the final bosses.
Major play from final boss, though, making that rotation and taking the fight from that corner that they got. It was a very high risk maneuver, but it did work out because they did have the play zone, but they opted to make sure they cleared the back end, and that is exactly what worked for them. Witcher also takes the first hit over to the other side there, takes the third, and now will be getting dropped away. Ace goes for the finish. Peter still knocked away, but looks like he will be getting picked up. Good use of the smokes there, and even better use of the comms for Dream Team, looking very comfortable. It looks like Rejects have started exactly what we knew they could start. 11 eliminations and counting, and they are starting to put themselves up and over the rest of the entire lobby. Glory, Max still knocked away though, can't circle back, and Rejects clamoring here, dropping bodies every single place they go. Reverb in a little bit of a tight spot there, but potentially does have Baby playing in front of him and Nasser behind, but he is exposed. Glory will take that opportunity now to close that down, and that will be the end of Nasser. He will be playing the high risk maneuver, and it will turn out to drop him all the way down. And Goat almost using the buggy as a weapon of choice there, almost getting dropped off as well, circling backwards, tries to get his HP back up though. Does feed a little bit of the intel to the rest of the opposition there. Insane eSports did lose Sick Fly earlier on, but fortunately for him, his teammate not gonna be so lucky. He will be getting knocked off, and that will be the end of the road. Glory looking very comfortable. This building, like I said, it was gonna be a very, very difficult building to defend, but if it was a very good spot to hold, and now they are making the most out of it. Unfortunately for Razor, he hasn't been able to pick any med kits there, and he does get knocked away though. Unfortunate scenes for him, and Thirst will be the last one left. 6 eliminations for Insane, and ideally they do add some elimination, some placements to follow that, and I think Thirst just spotted Reverb from that hillside he's got. He should be able to send a couple shots his way, but then he will alert the guys from Final Boss, and they might decide to descend on his position. Speaking of that, they already did, and that will be the end. Kairos gets the drop, and Rejects now will face that position.
I mean, getting your position right will be the best thing for now. And like you said, that compound, I don't think they're planning on leaving it, even though the zone will be forcing some of the players to get closer into the safe zone. They are going to be waiting for each other. Zeus Final Boss, they are waiting right by the edge of the zone. They're ready to take on the teams as they try to make it into the safe zone. Rozok as well, the zone might be shifting. If they're lucky enough, they will be holding Rozok for a while. But as of now, the team that is Glory will will be going towards the players from Final Boss, and making that rotation will be close to impossible because every single angle is occupied right now and they have to find the best place to be in. Glory still trying to scout out the place, trying to find the way to maneuver into the safe zone. But how possible is it going to be? That all depends on their strategy. But for now, looking at result, there we have X Force rejects, that is RJC, player S. They're trying to cook up some nades. They need to get this fight going on before some teams close in, and maybe the third party fights will start getting intense. The teams will start losing players one by one. Dream Team being naded here by S. Yesterday's games, we had Ace being the person saving Dream Team for quite a while, but then this time around the tables have turned, and we have Peter still standing, and the nades here from S are not coming to an end at any point. He is well equipped and ready to take on the players from Dream Team, but as the zone is closing in for S, she'll start moving. Amazing sprays here from Baby, and one of the players from Glory is down, and now the players from RJC will be taking advantage. Glory being pressured right now. The sprays from every single angle. Reverb trying to cook up a nade there, but is it going to be a Kobe on the player from Glory? The nade goes in. He does get a Kobe, and our two players are down from Glory. Two remain standing, and RJC are feeling a bit confident here. You can see Max there trying to get the push happening. All the players that are down, they need to get the pass before they can go in for that push. But now it is going to be GG's for Glory, and better luck in the next games. But for now, they'll be leaving the lobby to the other teams.
Ooh, unfortunate turnout for them. They do get eliminated, but that was not the worst thing to happen to them so far. But Final Boss looking very comfortable. Those 7 eliminations and a couple more to add. Rejects just tearing through the lobby. 16 eliminations and counting. They're trading nade for nade now against the guys from Dream Team. Doesn't look like they could make more of it, but that's a very good grenade. But Sad will feel the brunt as well. He gets knocked away. Unfortunate scenes. Peter as well might be the next one to follow suit. He does follow suit. Only 1 elimination for them as they go out and back into the lobby. Now we are down to the top 4 teams, 12 players alive, and Final Boss in the best spot, if you ask me. If they do sit out this position, the only problem they could have is if the zone shifts all the way in towards that eastern side, and it does shift a little bit, but they do have a couple bodies just close enough to be a threat. RJC looking very comfortable too, trying to keep everyone else at bay. 18 eliminations and more to be added as well. S plays off the sideline there. Reverb on the front foot. Baby with a perfect drop there. Crasher might be crashing out of this group match any moment from now. F4 still looking good though. They do have 3 eliminations, but unfortunately for them, Evil One have been spotted out by Ara again. Final Boss looking very comfortable. And it looks like Crasher will not be getting picked up. Baby will claim the spoils of that one. 19 eliminations now, potential for 20, but it looks like Final Boss trying to close this down to make sure that Evil One do not get these points. Back to trying to swim through. He's been spotted though, and he hasn't seen a way to hold this down. Forsham also goes down. Rejects not taking their foot off the gas at all. They continue to mount the pressure on, but let's not forget, Final Boss have the numbers advantage and all that hard work only for Rejects to steal it away. 21 eliminations now, and there's still more to go. Can they be stopped? Final Boss trying to hold the entirety of the zone. Final Boss still trying to circle back. Cairo's been spotted and most likely gonna get knocked away here by Reverb if he doesn't find cover very quickly. But I do love the way Rejects are playing this though. Reverb plays a little bit closer, but he's exposed and he might be getting knocked away there. Very, very close. Baby's exposed, and S playing off that eastern side, trying to get an off angle here. If that works, that could be the opening decider for Rejects if they do manage to get away through. But he has given away his position. Kairos has him in his sightlines, almost manages to knock him through, but he trades it off over to the other side. Pyro again falls this time, and unfortunate scenes as Ara circles back into the left hand side, but S peeks out. He does get the drop. Kairos goes down, and Rejects now cruising through. Another one over to the other side. Ara trying to hold this down, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. Rejects still have no player knocked away, and Final Boss has not tossed the grenade. Finally, God Z does toss the grenade, but unfortunately doesn't change the perspective here, as Rejects will not stop. They will cruise through. They will reject failure. Every single corner, final boss spinning through. God, Z spotted through, and that will be the game. 4 versus 3, but it's not a question of how, it is a question of when. And this time around, Rejects will take that chicken dinner.
Amazing rotations, amazing reflexes from them. I believe the players from Zeus had a chance there, but they could not make it beyond the thinking and the IQ that the players there from Rejects were using. They had everything figured out, and that made it easy for them to be able to get a winner chicken dinner. I believe that fight will be one for the books, because that was amazing plays coming from the players. The reflexes were on point. Everyone had the right place to be in. Everyone made the right call, and just like that, we have been given an amazing chicken dinner. It is the first game of the day, and we expected something to pump us up and give us some excitement on how the games are going to be played today, and that has been delivered right on our tables. We have watched it live here in PMAC, and we can say, I believe the teams are ready now. The rotations, they're ready.
Yeah. Absolutely. They're absolutely ready. I mean, Rejects was cooking, yeah. This is the Rejects I know. Like I said, arguably the best team from the South African region, and they have proved it perfectly. I don't know if that performance gets them number 1 on the leaderboard. I think it should. Maybe a point away from Angry Smoke, maybe 1 or 2 points away, or 1 or 2 points ahead. But that is a performance. That is one for the books. But now Angry Smoke, they are probably gonna be biting their fingers now, seeing that they have been overtaken by a team that has played just as many games as them. So this is what the PMAC is about: the pressure being on it, and every single team trying their best to stay in that top 14. With all of this that we've just seen, the leaderboard has taken a shift. It has changed a little bit now, and the pressure is on, and that is what we love to see. Rejects looking very, very good. I think they got about 24 eliminations, or 25 if I'm not mistaken. That is a big number based off of what they already got before. I think they did have just a few points from yesterday coming into today. So this is a very, very incredible performance from the South African region. Now, can they do more of the same? Because this is the only match they get to play. Their tournament, the tournament for this week has come to an end for them. They will not play any further games this weekend. So all of their performances has tied on to this. But S is the one, and he is Superman with S on his chest. Rejects Force, looking very confident with him. 11 eliminations, 1300 damage points, and he didn't even heal that much. That means he was just firing away from his M4, and he was absolutely tearing it through. 26 minutes on the clock, 10 knocks. Yeah, this is one of those guys we're going to be looking out for, because what a performance. I think a couple of his teammates also did add major value, and you can see Baby, Reza, Reverb, and Nasser all in the top 5. This is the first time I've seen something like this, Mitch.
Exactly. Their whole team has made it to the top players, with all of them being amongst the best players in the game we just witnessed right now. And of course, Zeus final boss player, that is Kairos, does join them there with 4 eliminations and a damage of 661. But for the players in Reject, that is something we expected to see. They were quite organized, and of course, they deserve to be in the top players list. The match summary: there's 60 eliminations from that game, 16 headshots, 330 meters long distance eliminations, and we also have some vehicle eliminations. There are 3 grenades at 5. We witnessed the grenades there coming even from Reject, and that does make sense, having them at 5 grenade eliminations. Only 3 airdrops have been looted from that game. We witnessed a lot of amazing fights throughout the first game of the day. Their Rejects actually started being really aggressive from the word go. When they started their fight in Rozok there, they were ready to continue with their their fights, amazing grenades. They are coming from legends. He also got amazing nades. Helped his team get a little bit of head here, but even though they did not win the fight, they still got to engage in a very interesting fight here, and they did get to do a really good job as the Galaxy Legends. But that's not all. When we're looking at the last fight there, RJC player S getting the MVP is not a coincidence. The player was ready to take on all the players from Final Boss. He was making the rotations, he was making the calls, he was going in for that push, and when it came to the reflex, he was ready to get the sprays connecting, and just like that, we had him giving his team a very amazing winner chicken dinner. Looking at the team stats there, we have S there getting 11 eliminations, a damage of 1,366. Baby getting 7 eliminations, a damage of 1,486. Weaver 4 eliminations, a damage of 971. And then we have Nasser, they're getting 4 eliminations and a damage of 813. That is a well distributed team. All the players did have a role in the chicken dinner that they very much deserved, with all the calls they made, the rotations, the fights they decided to take, and finally they are here getting the chicken dinner and the match rankings for day 2, game 1. RJC getting 36 points. I believe you were right, Chris. They are only 1 point away, and they'll be leading in the actual leaderboard for the overall rankings.
Yeah, big game. Big game. Biggest we've seen so far, 36 points from a single match. Yeah, rejects are going to be cooking for sure, and that puts them into a very easy block, an easy glide. But I don't think they finish on top by the end of the day, though. That is where it's going to get very tricky, but it's an impressive performance regardless. Final Boss in second place with 14, and a couple of teams still struggling to find their way through in Group C. We did finally see Dream Team step up to the plate. Tribe Warriors still yet to find your footing. Unfortunate scenario for them. They are arguably one of the stronger teams from the Western region, but they still can't seem to find their way through. But they came from nowhere still, with the GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. Buy now and win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their number one fan and outplay the rest. The PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, brought to you by Infinix and PUBG Mobile. Action, and more action, but it is one game down, 4 more to go, and we are going to be right back with a brand new group and a brand new map and some brand new action right after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup, the PMAC 2025. We've got a brand new group, a brand new map, brand new action on the way through. So let's keep it locked in. Let's keep it loaded. It is still your boy Priest on the microphone, and I'm still here with Mitch. And we just did our first game. It was Aaron Gill, and it was very, very packed. We just saw the first ever 26 elimination game from Regis from South Africa. Now, those guys were absolutely putting out all the stops. Mitch, are you expecting more in this Miramar game since we have a brand new group?
Yes, I am. I mean, this is Group A we are talking about. We have seen what Group C can do, what RJC can do. And now that we are going into the second match of the day, we are having Group A. We have very strong plays there coming from yesterday's games. Team Unique, they were there. We have XTC, Zeus is there, Mao Esports, Russia's Rug, Rodriguez, Slaughter Unit, Invisibles, Neon Rising, Nord Esports, Emperors, EXE. All these teams, we have seen how good they can get. So yes, I am expecting almost a similar type of game, but we are not sure about it. But I'm almost sure that we'll be having a similar type of game from some of the teams in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, we did have some interesting teams turn up yesterday. Zeus, esports. We had more esports as well, and a couple of other teams just turning up the heat. Unique also being in the mix there. So, Neon Rising. Now, these are the teams that have put themselves in that top spot. All they have to do now is maintain it. It's all about maintenance going forward. You've put yourself in the top 14. You've done the first part. You've done the hard part. Now the harder part is staying in the top 14, because those teams at the bottom, they are all looking for a way up. And now everybody at this stage has played at least 2 matches. Every single group has played at least 2 days rather, and they've added over the board. So Miramar, brand new energy. Although we did have Group A play Miramar yesterday, so they're not unfamiliar with the terrain already, so they're very, very aware. So eyes on the prize regardless. Everybody's gonna be ready, and let us see what they've got in store for us in this game. But right now, playing path looks very good. Cuts right through the center of that eastern side over to the top draw of the northwest. So we've got Truck Stop, Minas Reales, La Bendita, El Azahar in the mix, San Martin. We've got Hacienda del Patron. We've got Cruz de Valle. We've got Crater Fields, El Pozo, Pecado, Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, all in the mix. And I think if you're not going to, too crazy, Los Leones might be in the mix for you as well. So there's a big, big opportunity, a lot of opportunities here to turn things around and see if you can nab yourself that chicken dinner. But eyes on what team will you have eyes on in this Miramar game? If you do want to tie back to yesterday's matches, the team that did win Miramar yesterday, I believe that was Team Unique, right?
Team
Was it Team
Unique.
Unique?
Yes, yes.
It was Team Unique, right? That won Miramar,
Mm,
right? Or
yes,
was it
yes.
was it Zeus? It was Team Unique, right?
Unique. Yes, it was Team Unique. It was Team Unique that got the chicken dinner. I believe we know Team Unique has a very strong team. There has good players. We have seen that before. And yes, probably Miramar is their map. But there's a team you had mentioned before, and I believe that is Neon Rising. There will be seeing how they perform in Miramar. Seeing that you said this is a map that they're really good at and they're familiar with it. So we'll be seeing how they go about those fights. But if we can remember clearly, what happened yesterday is that the teams in Group A will already take on fights very early in the game. Already, we can see some teams, or rather, one team, Four Miracles, has already lost a player. That means they landed with another team and they are looking to continue that fight. Zeus Moris, they're trying to get the sprays to get at least more damage on a Four Miracle team player as he passes by, as they make their rotations towards the safe zone. We have very many good teams here from Group A to C, but all it bottles down to is what team is good at every single map and what is their strategy. Unless I'm seeing this wrong, but most of the teams have different strategies when it comes to all the maps across PUBG Mobile, from Miramar to Sunhawk to Erangel. you will see them getting different types of strategies in play. And I hope we'll be seeing more of that. I mean, Group C has already given us the excitement we needed, and I'm really, really ready to see how these remaining teams or other groups will be performing when it comes to today's games.
Yeah, I will be looking out for them. Miramar is going to bring out something special from you if you haven't picked up on anything special yourself. It's going to be a big opportunity for you. Not esports. Still getting a little bit of a struggle there. Unique, on the other hand, good start from them. They've traded one off. Zeus Esports, the exact same thing. So now we're going to see if they will be doing more of the same over the entirety of this match. Remember, this group will play in the next game as well, and it will be their first Sandhawk. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have something very, very special in that game. So eyes will be peeled regardless, but Nord Esports will be getting out of danger. They do not want to engage any further with the likes of Unique. And I wouldn't blame them, but it looks like Unique will not be stopping Madman continuously spraying over. Just a little of a warning there, but left to me, I would chase them down. I would chase them down. And it looks like that's what Madman is going to do. He wants it, and that would be the right call if you ask me, because not esports, they're not looking very comfortably placed in that position. Unique probably have the upper hand here, except they run into an ambush, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Madman will come out on top on this if the rest of his teammates can cover all of their bases correctly. Grandpa and Crypto just out in the open there. They can circle and keep everybody in the box here. This could work out for Unique, but again, there's a big chance here because if any of them gets knocked away, yeah, he's not getting picked up. He will not get picked up, I'll tell you that. If any of them gets knocked away, trying to, break into this defense that Not Esports have somehow modeled themselves in here with, yeah, they're not you not get picked up. When you're going against teams like these, and you accidentally you just accidentally make one kind of mistake and you get knocked away, yeah, you're getting flushed. You are not getting picked up. If that player can knock you from that position, probably close quarters or close proximity, you will not be getting picked up. You will be flushed immediately. Even if that player will sacrifice himself, he will send you back into the lobby. That is what makes teams like Not Esports so dangerous. You can't afford to get knocked away by any of the players in that team. You will be getting sent back straight into the lobby. But as it stands, I think they are playing as three right now. Klaus still on his way though. And I wonder what intel they are feeding Klaus right now, telling him exactly where to pull up from, where he can be a threat,
They're telling
to
him
the
to
guys
go
from
away.
Unique.
No, I don't think they're telling him to come. I believe they're telling him to not come, do not come. We are surrounded. And maybe they will be telling him to also maybe come with a surprise attack on the Unique team. But they're probably telling him not to come because anything could happen and they might lose the fight or either get some few eliminations and then lose it, or either way, win or lose is on the table for both teams. That is Unique and North Esports. But you said something really important. When you get knocked from that range, you will be taken back to lobby immediately. And we have to notice that Unique there, they did a really good job yesterday, and I believe the MVP as well came from yesterday's games. MVP came from Team Unique as well. That is Madman, a very skillful player as well from Team Unique. So we'll be seeing how he plays. We've seen the spray there. That is something we'll be looking into. But for now, Neon Rising is also making their very slow rotations around Miramar, looking for teams or rather compound that will be working for them when it comes to this second game of the day in Miramar. They are familiar with Miramar. They did get to play it yesterday, so they should be able to make the right calls for now. But for most of the teams, they're doing a very slow game. Initially, we had teams engaging in fights early in the game for Group A, but now this time round, no one wants to take on the fight. You can see the teams are just waiting patiently for miracles there. They have lost already one of their teammates, and that is Crash Out, and they are not looking into continuing with these fights anymore. They are holding the building here in Chumasar, I believe it's usually a church, and they're going to be waiting here for a team to come towards them. Then maybe they might engage. Maybe it's not a confirmed thing whether they want to take on the fights, but as you can see, they are exposing their locations. They are trying to get some damage on Zeus, but this might cost them as well. If any team passes by right next to where we have four miracles, then we're going to be probably seeing a few knocks here and there, and even thus for the teams that are not really prepared for these early game fights. We are just in the first phase of the zone, and fights will be making their way to the teams as soon as the zone starts to close in. Oh, and he actually got that knock there with the AKM, purely tapping on the player from Zeus. He did not even get to spray, just tapping. And I believe AKM is the best weapon in PUBG from today. I am not taking any other conversation.
Well, that's an interesting take with the way the weapon is bouncing all around with that 4 times, but it is still very impressive that Sphinxy can shoot at that range, though. It's very impressive, I can't lie, but still has a ways to go. Execute as well, also with a sight line. Swash trying to spray through, and his shots do manage to connect. Much more stable than the AKM at least, but still trying to get the job done. And take a look at that play zone over to the southwestern side. Neon Rising already making their rotation in phase 2 of the circle, already taking that position in the northwestern side uncontested as well. Early rotations playing off quite nicely. And it looks like that is going to be the case for them going forward. But there's still more to be done here. Emperor's also looking for a sight line, and they do have a ways to go. A lot of travel, 3,000 meters. And we are heading into phase 3 of the circle any moment from now. But Kanye heading towards the western side. You already know what time it is. 1878 also playing behind them. Keeping tabs on the Emperors as they also try to make their way into that circle. Most of them here. We have only lost 3 players so far. Still have 16 teams roaring on all the cylinders that they've got so far. Again, Emperors, they have had time to cover most of the parts of this zone. They are in Hacienda, a little bit more central, but the play zone has shifted towards the western side. So they will have to make that move. But Neon Rising, not being one of those teams looking out for a way through. Invincibles, the Invisible team also in the mix here. They do have a flush position, but it looks like they might be running into those rushers as well. And Zeus with the trade-off there. GUF in trouble, but it looks like a Visible team will be crashing this party. And Ruppo looks to break the deadlock here over to the other side. Good grenade getting charged. J King might be getting knocked away there. That's a good grenade, but bounces off the wall. And an off angle there doesn't connect. And Ruppo's probably going to try again, but now they are aware of his position and they will throw a grenade of their own. But this one will hurt him just a little bit there. Cuts his HP down to 75%. He's going to have to think about this one again. Columbus playing right behind him there, but King finally getting knocked away there. Russia's in trouble now, trying to crack through the door. Columbus, FBI open up. Ruppo gets the angle perfectly. Surge through. Obito goes down as well with the DBS and the S12K trading off. Exotic will close it down, and the Invisible team would switch things up once again. 4 eliminations to the good. What a good start.
Exactly, amazing play there. They have been able to secure their 4 eliminations. That does put Invisible one step ahead of most of the teams right now in terms of points, just because of the eliminations. And for the Rushers, they will be going back to the lobby probably to strategize more on how they're going to be playing better in the coming games. But the zone is about to move in again, and most of the teams are yet to make it to the safe zone. You can see them making very late rotations. The team execute 10-11 XTC. I talked about that when I said for XTC, the late rotation is always a goal for them, and you can see them coming in very late into the zone. They have a Royal Academy as well, a little bit closer to them. If they make a mistake, they might be encountering each other, and a fight might take place between XTC and Royal Academy. But the zone is forcing most of the teams to go towards the safe zone. Team execute here. The players are need to start moving real fast, because they might be wasting a lot of utilities just because of this kind of rotation. To engage in such a rotation rotation, you really have to be good in your bag. If you are not good in your loots and your utilities, the meds, you will be suffering as soon as you make it to the season. You will have wasted most, if not all, of your meds. But so far, Neon Rising here holding a compound. They have 12 esports right next to them there on the western side, waiting for them to get closer. Probably they will be engaging in a fight in case any knock is registered from either of the teams. They've seen that Neon Rising is already down in terms of numbers, but then for 12 esports, there is a team right next to them there. The nades are getting cooked up there. Invisibles are the team that is close to the players from 12. The sprays amazing damage there from the M16A4, but the player there will not be engaging at all. They want to go away from this fight. They just finished a fight earlier, and I don't think they are ready yet to take on another fight if it means losing with the number of eliminations they've already been able to bag. But when you look at the kill feed right now, Priest, you can see a team getting eliminated by the zone. How unfortunate is that?
Very unfortunate, if you ask me. Late rotations. They charge a high toll, and you have to be ready to pay those bills. And it looks like Unique have pulled up to the scene. Invisible Team and 12 Esports. This is a clash, a major clash happening on the eastern side of this play zone now. It's going to cost a lot of people their frags, getting knocked away there. Badman trading off, but unfortunately, Columbus also falls. Invisible Team getting stretched very thin. Lord will be the last one left. Columbus sent back into the lobby. 12 Esports now using this opportunity to capitalize on the falling Invisible Team and ready to pounce on them and take away this position. Unfortunate grenade there from Lord. The audio cues fail him, but second time might be a charm, and that's a very good one. He tries to launch through, but it's not enough, and now they are surging forward, but he has his sight lines on that entrance door, and he knows that they are there. A couple shots through to the top draw again. They're probably going to use a grenade or a Molotov to flush him out, because that is the right call, and that's going to be GG's for him. He's already burnt to a crisp, but he does manage to escape the danger just by a little bit there. But it looks like it is Unique, and he is caught between these two teams. If he knows what's good for him, he can be prone, but Madman has no time for no shenanigans. He cracks that one immediately and sends him swaying back into the lobby. Invisible Team have been seen. They have been exposed, and that will be the end of the road for them. 12 Esports now trying to hold the lines there, but unfortunately, Unique will trade that one for the other. Kaish on the other side trying to get an angle there. Big spray from him with the UMP, but Pablo will not stop. He's trying to land one, force the snow over to the left-hand side, doesn't connect, but he does have the opportunity now to pick up at least one of his teammates. Kaish trying to circle back into the open, and he does have a couple of seconds, but now this could be the opportunity again. He tries through. Big spray again, doesn't connect. The DBS coming through from Madman, and that's a good angle. Actually gets Madman dropped away there. Unique, nothing too unique about them now. They're feeling very ordinary, but unfortunately, Kaish will shut it down. Big shots with the UMP, closes it down, and Unique will stand on business.
I mean, that was an amazing play there from 12 team. I mean, the player unfortunately kind of froze for a minute, and that did disadvantage him. But then, amazing play coming from just one man, being able to sustain his team for a while there. He got at least some eliminations to their name, but unfortunately, Unique had the numbers. Kaish was there to get the cover, but they have lost Madman and another player, I believe so, and that leaves only two players standing for Unique. And now Zeus, they're holding the compound. They have GUF coming in for the push there. Fabian trying to cook up a nade here, looking for one to connect. Then maybe it will be going in for that push, but then GUF have to be really, really careful. Fabian is not going to be taking any L's today, smoking up the place there, waiting for a chance to go in for that push. Another nade coming in from Clips, doesn't really connect yet because Fabian is outside. I am invested in seeing how the DBS will come to play. If you understand the DBS, you might just be the player who will be enjoying the game here, but we have the players from Zeus Moris waiting patiently. Logic just chilling by the stairs, waiting for one man to make a mistake, and they'll be using the DBS to his advantage to get at least a knock on the players from GUF. Fabian is still trying to pick up the nades here, still looking up for a copy here to be connecting, but then he doesn't really do that, and he is down. But then his Molly does get a knock on the players from GUF. The players from Zeus Morris now will be feeling the pressure. Three players remain standing. Logic still holding the same position. He doesn't want to give out his position yet because he's waiting for GUF to make a mistake. mistake, that maybe they will be able to get a knock, but they should get this fight done because Emperor is closing in. They want to engage in this fight. They want to be a part of this party and at least get something from it. But for now, Zeus Moris is not letting that happen. Enough smokes around them, keeping them safe. And Logic, immediately getting the revive, goes back to the same position. Fabian still with the grenades, and he's not yet done. When the nades are not really connecting yet, he's still trying to get the knocks here, but then nothing is changing. Fabian and his teammate Logic holding the same place. The players are from Gulf. I'm not even aware that the players from Zeus Moris did not have the numbers, but then luckily for them, that is Fraga comes in, and the Logic's plan here finally does make sense that he does get the first knock. Another player is down from Gulf, and you can see Fabian now be confident, ready to take on the last player, but then the man is not stopping. He is running away from this fight, but then Fraga trying to get the knock here as well, gets the P-fires, and the last player from Gulf has been eliminated. And I believe the player that is Logic's plan for holding that stairwell is the best thing he could have thought at, because one knock on Gulf and they were all a little bit confused figuring out what to do next.
Yeah, that was a bad call from GUF, really. I personally thought they could have done so much better in that position. They did get the first drop. You know, all they had to do was to use the utilities to force them into one particular part of that compound, of that building. But it looks like they didn't have a plan there. They did get a knock, but they didn't want to, you know, close it down and seal the deal. And unfortunately, it turns out that there was nothing much they could have done. And Zeus eSports, they capitalized on that fear immediately, getting their numbers back up and making it their position, snapping it away. So perfectly executed from them. Speaking of executing, looks like Execute will be setting their sights on Rodriguez eSports as Narcos goes down immediately, getting knocked away there and instantaneously getting flushed by Mamba. First elimination for Execute, looking very comfortable for them as well. They do have a little bit of a rotation to make inside the zone, but I don't think they will be getting stopped. Rodriguez, on the other hand, in a blockchain position, they're trying to seal this out, and now it's all left to Mamba. Can they circle back? But it looks like Rodriguez have other plans. They get out of dodge, but they do leave a man behind. But I'm not sure Mamba is aware that there is a man behind here, and he might have been left to slow them down. And he does. Oh, wait a minute. Well, okay. Well, that was a team. That was a teamwork, actually. Brax is still very much in the mix there. Hasn't moved the muscle just yet. And I don't think the team from Execute knows that he's here. This could be a perfect opportunity for him to step outside and deal serious damage. But it looks like that's not going to be the case for him, though. As Fado's already taking hit, Fado gets knocked away as well. Emperor also losing 1878 in all of the commotion. And now, finally, exactly as expected, Braxa does what he was left behind to do. The sacrificial lamb, he falls backwards and takes a couple of eliminations, steals one away there, puts the guys from Execute in a dangerous position. Mamba's actually trying to get the reset on, but it doesn't look like it's going to yield much, because knowing Braxa, he needs at least 1 point out of this. There's Zaba still knocked away. He could close this out, and he does get the elimination, and that will be the first point for Rodriguez eSports, and hopefully that would be the job getting done for them. That will be the end of the road as well for Rodriguez. They do manage to get the elimination they were looking for. 10-11 Ecstasy on that western side have now started to deal damage. Emperor as well, Neon Rising crashing the party, trying to play into the dip here. Execute, they have been forced to play as 3, and that is a big disadvantage at this stage of the game. The grenades probably gonna start flying inside of the dip here from Amar. He launches the first one, and it is perfect. Oh, connects immediately to Mamba, and Mamba falls there. That is not the mentality he needs. He needs a much better Mamba mentality, but Amar will not stop, and now they've turned it into a red zone. Another grenade onto the other side might force the issue here, as 10-11, they've turned the entire place into a red zone. Crusader plays off the right hand side looking for a way through. They know that they need the points. They need to close this down. Pain, the first line of defense for the Executioners, but can they hold on? More grenades getting sent through. Fortunately for them, they try to hold this down. Mamba gets picked up, but 10-11 use that opportunity to get themselves into a better part of the play zone, but they need to deal with Execute.
I mean, that is an amazing grenade. They're coming from Amar, but like you're saying, Execute here is going to be having a very hard time. 3 players remaining. XTC is ready to take them down, but for now, they have taken it a bit slow, seeing that there are more teams trying to third party these fights, and they're ready to take on the players from EXT as well as amazing sprays there from Swashi, trying to get some damage and slaughter unit player Vexy. They have a team getting to push them there. Demonic, we saw him last yesterday. He was able to wipe out a team, and will he be able to do the same right now? But then XTC player Yo-Yo has decided that is not going to be the case, and Demonic is down. So the players from Mao Esports will be forced to get that revive right now. Slaughter unit having Unique as well coming into the party. They want to be a part of this. They are waiting for a chance, and as you can see, Frogs there is getting the rotations as they scout out the place here to see whether the fight is going to be worth it or not. Mamba is still trying to get some damage on Neon, but the zone is closing in. Rogue Esports is also here, and they're the ones getting spotted as they try to third party the fight here. Neon Rising player Cola trying to cook up the nades, but are they going to be connecting yet? Because the players from Zeus are not really that close. That guy waiting patiently. The nades and the mollies are out, but then nothing is happening yet. Only some damage is being dealt on Zeus players, but for now, Zeus will be saying goodbye to this fight and looking to fight another day.
Yeah, absolutely looking to find another day. I mean, Neon Rising perfectly positioned, a perfect rotation coming out for them. Unfortunately for them, they did lose a Beekeeper earlier on, but that did not deter them. The plans still remain the same. They put the pressure on Zeus Esports, and they are forcing them to make a rotation all the way around. Then it's going to be a very hard rotation to make. Unique still down to 2 players. Frags and Clash still trying to keep their numbers up and keep their lead on this particular group, but it doesn't look like it's going to be much of the same here. They are trying to circle it back. Slaughter unit trying to deal with the guys from Ecstasy. That's a big spray trying to hold on Trader, but he manages to cross inside and he tries to circle back, but not lucky this time. Mahir does get the spray onto Bego, falls him out of this vehicle again. Ecstasy trying to hold this down. Demonic trying his best to make something happen here, but Amar has been pushed all the way back. Slaughter unit also trying to make something happen as well. There's a lot of commotion, there's a lot of chaos brewing in all of these spaces, all getting forced out. Crusader not going to be so lucky as he will be flushed away, the first player to follow through, and another grenade over the top. 2 now go down for 10-11 Ecstasy. Bego the next one to follow suit, and there's just 1 player alive for Ecstasy. Can they hold on? Slaughter unit looking absolutely incredible right now. Mahir turning things around. He does have a sight line on more esports, but can he capitalize on it?
He has to, because at the end of the day, when we remember what happened yesterday, Slaughter Unit was the first team to go back to live, but then this time round, they have been able to survive long enough, at least get some placement points to their name. Mao Esports right now, third party in the fight. They want to get at least a number of eliminations to their name, but for the teams here, Slaughter Unit is still dominating. Amazing use of the Uzi there. It is quite low, and just like that, Hungry Man is down. XTC player was not ready to go back. Slobby Amar needs to get the revive on Traitor, otherwise he will be the only person standing from XTC. But for Slaughter Unit right now, 2 players still standing, Vexy and Mahiri, who will be looking to get at least more eliminations to their team's name. Otherwise, this will have been the best and the biggest improvement coming from the from the teams in Group A, seeing that they are finally surviving this long. We have Mao Esports holding the compound here, waiting for the teams to get closer to them. They have the compound, but what they don't have is visuals on the other teams that are right above them, where we have Slaughter Unit. It might be making it really hard for them if they're not careful. But as of now, EXE has one of the players being knocked. Another player is down from Zeus. Amazing sprays there from Mount Esports player Atrox, and he'll be looking to get that thirst before anyone is able to get the revive happening. Team Unique, unfortunately, they are around, but they'll not be engaging because they only have 1 man standing, even though they have 10 eliminations to their name. But in terms of numbers for the game as it proceeds, they are not really having a good time for their team. But then so far, SU player Vexy there has been knocked by Lord, leaving just 1 man standing. Slaughter Unit player Mahiri should be getting that revive before the Mao Esports players get closer. Not even Mao Esports only. We have 10-11 XTC players waiting for a chance to also engage in these fights.
Yeah, looking for a way through 10-11 Ecstasy over to that little south position. And Aatrox trying to close this down as well. And the guys from Zeus Esports, they have all made this same rotation, and it has cost them finally. As Unique will be the team to get the job done finally. Kansh, the last one left, and a couple more sprays being sent his way from Aatrox. Though More Esports still looking very comfortable here. 4 eliminations to the good, all of their players up, and they have the entirety of the zone all covered up. Cash makes a move up, avoids the danger for a little bit, and now things could get much more spicy. Slaughter unit still very much playing as 2 players. Now we did see one of the players get knocked away, but he has been picked up, and More Esports have a different idea. But it looks like they have one goal here: to stay alive as long as possible and let the teams come to them. I'm not sure they're aware 100% of Ecstasy's position. Amar and Trader haven't necessarily moved or caused any commotion just yet. But if they can find a way uphill and take this position away from Slaughter Unit or from MAU, this could be something special for Ecstasy, but it looks like a very, very long road. It looks like a very, very hard drop. It doesn't look like it's going to yield much, but Unique and a couple of teams from the northern side, they do have a lot of ways to go. They have a lot of ground to cover, and they have a lot of intel to work with. Hopefully, Vexy will be able to deal some damage towards the guys from More Esports, because the moment he starts to let those bullets fly, that would be the perfect opportunity for a team like 10-11 to capitalize. But Aatrox will shut the door finally on Execute, and that will be the end of the road for them. Aatrox has been going absolutely bonkers in this final third. More Esports, they're creeping closer and closer to that chicken dinner. All it takes is patience now. The rest of the teams, they cannot find their way through. They will be spotted. Kaish as well from Unique, still trying to keep their numbers alive. They've got 11 eliminations. A chicken dinner on top of this now would be the icing on a very, very hostile cake. But Kelvin will say no more. That will be the end of the road. Unique go out, and now that will give them an opportunity to circle back and keep an open space. But Mahir swaps through immediately. S12K tries to raise it from the dust, but not this time around. Lord will lord over him as well, and Demonic will close that down, send him down to the gates of Hades. One by one, they start to go all the way down as well. Amar now creeps inside. 10-11 Ecstasy, they were waiting for it. They've seen it now, and the grenades are starting to fly through now. Amar pops that one over to the side. He sees Demonic, and he circles it in. That's a perfectly launched grenade from Amar, and he shuts it down immediately. And Demonic falls to his death, and that's an unfortunate scenario. More Esports may have just dribbled the ball, but they cannot put it in the net this time. And Aatrox is all left to him. And Lord, Kelvin still knocked away, and a grenade again from Amar. 10-11 Ecstasy are cooking right now, and somehow More Esports may have just lost the plot. Lord comes down from the hillside, but Aatrox is cooked. They will not let them get the reset. They know that they may have the advantage here and this position, but fortunately for them, the hillside will provide some semblance of cover for MAU Esports, but that was very, very dangerous. A little bit of a trade. Amar again gets the drop. Amar again gets yet another drop. He puts the screws to them, but Vexy swaps through. Amar goes for the drop shot, forces him out into the open again. He tries to go for Aatrox. He swaps through. Vexy goes down to the blue zone, and now he will be getting swept off by More Esports. It's a 1v1. Amar is slithering of HP. He's 1 HP, but unfortunately too close for comfort. But what a performance from Amar in the final third. But the chicken dinner will go to More Esports.
I mean, More Esports was looking for that chicken dinner from the word go, even though XTC, they had a chance there. They had the upper hand, but then unfortunately, More Esports was just a little bit prepared, and they were ready to take on that chicken dinner. I mean, the SU player, Vexy, was just watching from afar, kind of distracting the two teams as they were trying to get on their fight here. But then when the game comes to an end, we can only have one winner, and of course, the winning team is none other than More Esports. Yesterday, the chicken dinner kept on sleeping their grass every single time, but then this time round they have gotten it, and they have finally been crowned basically a winning team when it comes to the group stage games for PMAC.
Well deserved. More esports, they did everything perfectly there. It was looking very shaky the moment Amar just put on his dancing shoes. He started to dance all over them there. They couldn't get a shot off at him. What a performance that was in the final third. If he did manage that chicken dinner, that would have been one for the books. But more esports utilizing the high ground, that is why they took that position. It was a risk. It was 50-50, but it paid off. That position is what gave them the win. If they did decide to hold the compound a little bit, I believe Amar could have eliminated all of them from that angle, from that position. He was perfectly positioned as well, utilizing the grenades, every single angle covered. But more esports, you got to respect them still, staying as four, using the numbers advantage to their advantage. They kept all of their players up deep into the zone, and that worked in their favor. But let's not forget, Slaughter Unit finally stepping onto the plate. They did have a very, very, very unfortunate day one, but today they came out swinging. They started to put the points on the board, and it's starting to show. So that is what we love to see. But beautiful performance from more esports as well. They have been quite consistent, and this might be their first chicken dinner, but I don't think it's going to be their last.
I agree with you. I do not think that will be their last. That was an amazing play coming from more esports. But then, as we look at MVP of this game, we have more esports player, that is Aatrox, getting 7 eliminations, a damage of 826, getting 3 knocks, surviving a total time of 28 minutes and 50 seconds, healing for 221. I believe that is a well-deserved MVP title for Aatrox. He was well played throughout the game. Looking at the top players there, we still have Aatrox there, of course, leading as the MVP. Coming in second, we have Mahiri getting 5 eliminations, a damage of 935. Third, we have Madman, 4 eliminations, a damage of 428. Fourth, we have Kaish, 3 eliminations, a damage of 412. And then fifth, we have Frogs there with 3 eliminations and a damage of 352. That is basically one team having a much top players there. We have Much Summary as 58 eliminations, 11 headshots, longest range being 293 meters, not reaching the game one yet. 1 vehicle elimination, 7 grenade eliminations. I mean, we have seen amazing nades coming from the players from more esports. We have seen them getting nades connecting, but we have to give it to XTC player Amar there. Very beautiful grenades connecting, getting those nades working for his team, and somehow almost gave them a chicken dinner, but then not for this game. But then so far, looking at the highlights coming into the second game, we have the players that, I mean, Madman did join in that fight. Unfortunately, this was the end of the road for him after finishing the fight here. But then 12 esports did a really good job there trying to survive. Zeus Moris as well had a moment where they dominated on the players from GUF esports, but then it did not last that long before they were taken back to lobby as well. Team Execute also making their late rotations, almost getting a good position, but then they started losing players to the XTC team. Now the nades we were talking about, Amar was getting good nades for his team and probably would have gotten his team a chicken dinner, but sometimes it is just not your time yet. And we have the players there from Mo Esports landing the final blow and getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner. Looking at the team stats for Mo Esports, we have Aatrox getting 7 eliminations, a damage of 826, Lord getting 2 eliminations, a damage of 436, Calvin getting 1 elimination, damage of 324, and then Demonic 0 eliminations and a damage of 219. Amazing play there from Aatrox. They have distributed their skills throughout the game. You have seen them giving each other cover. Unfortunately, Demonic there, the last zone fight was just not there for him, and he was eliminated. But he is lucky enough because his team led on his name, and he is lucky to say that his team, even though he did not lead them to the chicken dinner, were able to get a winner chicken dinner.
Well deserved. Well deserved from more esports. 20 points to the good and 15 for unique. Slaughter Unit finally getting 11 points to the good, but 10-11 ecstasy with 10 as well. Zeus Esports also getting 10 points in all of that commotion. And now the esports finally adding a couple to themselves as well, finishing with 5 points in total. Execute with 4, Neon Rising with 4, sharing that with the Invisible team as well. 12 esports with 3, and Royal Academy with 2. Rodriguez and Rush sharing 1 point apiece. 4 Miracles, GUF and Emperors, unfortunately, no points on the board for either of these teams. But take a look at the overall as it stands right now. Unique back on top with 48 points. More esports. That chicken dinner also puts them into the top two, 43 points. Rejects with 39 after that incredible game that they had in match number 1. And Angry Smoke have been forced all the way down to number 4 with 37 points. Zeus with 30. Neon Rising also catapulting to the top with 24 as well in the top 6. And 3 Crown Esports in 7th place with 22 points yet to play today. And Espada as well with 21 points after all the matches that have been played so far.
I mean, amazing play there for the teams. They have really shown their skills. RRG coming in 9th place with 20 points. And then we have Zeus, a final boss time with no more than 18 points each. Execute and Rug, we also with Invisibles getting 17 total points from the overall ranking. And XTC together with Temper getting 16 points in total. Everything is changing right now. We can still see Espada in the first page and RJC as well in the first page. So that's really interesting. They are still getting their name well written everywhere. They are dominating, and that's a good thing. Even though they have played only one game yesterday and one game today, 2 matches, and they're doing a really good job. So the teams there in Group C, they have really dominated, and it's nice to see them still showing up. We'll see more coming later. But for now, we'll be taking a very short break, and we'll be seeing you guys right after the break.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. My name is PTK Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not that young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. We've watched game 1, game 2, and right now, game 3. And guys, this is one of the hottest games when it comes to PUBG Mobile. That is Sunhawk. Do you know why? That is my favorite map. As I told you yesterday, get the ghillie. Don't camp. We are not camping. It is strategic, as Mitch loves it. Yeah, we are strategically camping for all the game, and then you get the placement points to get everything. But guys, this is Sunhawk, the game number 3. We watched the match number 1. That is the rejects. I took the chicken dinner. Mau eSports from Mauritius, and right now we are going to Sunhawk. And funny thing, Mitch, when it comes to the top 14, I've seen Mauritius being on top. They have the most teams. 3 teams in total. That is Unique Esports, Mau Esports, and Zeus Esports. Is this the time for the Mauritius country? Is this the time for Mauritius? Mauritius, what is happening? You guys had this talent. You guys had concealed this talent. Are we going to be seeing you winning yet another game when it comes to the match 3? That is Sunhawk. Crazy stuff, and we are waiting to see all the action pop in, blow up, and wrangle in the Sunhawk.
That is true. We'll be seeing how that goes. But again, we are still having Group A playing as the participating teams are Execute Team Unique. There are 4 Miracles. We have GUF, XTC, 12, Zeus, Mau, Emperor, Not Esports, Neon Rising, Invisible, Slaughter Unit, Road, Rug, and the Russia's teams we have seen dominating across different maps. And now we are back again. Just like PTK has said there, we have really good teams coming from Mauritius. Some of them we had expected that, talking about Unique, Mau, and the Zeus. They are good teams coming from Mauritius. They are raising their country quite well so far. But we also have to give it to RJC. They're amongst the best teams from South Africa. They have been able to dominate as well, getting the first chicken dinner of the day. And now, as we are getting into the third game for the day, we'll be looking to see which team will be giving us a chicken dinner for that. It is going to be Sunhawk, the land of pure, not snakes. They're just doing a little some gardening here and there. They're not really snaking. They're just gardening and making sure that Sunhawk looks as beautiful as it should be looking.
Yeah, when it comes to Sunhawk, you just have to watch out for those snakes as we know them in PUBG. These snakes are the most dangerous, but when it comes to these competitive game, when it comes to these tournament of such caliber, you don't have snakes. You just have competitive players doing what they do best. Right now, guys, let's hop into the game. Let's hop in to Sunhawk. You need to remember, when it comes to Sunhawk, the hot drops, those hot drops might be the game changer for your team, or might be the worst thing that you guys are doing. And the playing path are from the south to the northwest of the area. We see teams going to Kampong. Yesterday I mentioned about Kampong. No one went to Kampong. But this time round, 2 teams going to Kampong. So we are going to have some early fights, being a 6x6 map. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be insane. This is going to be the thing that has brought us here. Insane. Let's go. And we are getting started, bitch. Sunhawk. Oh my goodness me.
I believe from that excitement, that tells everyone that Sunhawk is basically PTK's favorite map. And we'll be seeing which team will be giving us a chicken dinner. But as you can see, Kampong, they're the land for PTK. Seems to have 2 teams already. And AXE player Zaber, that's going for that push. Amazing jump shot with the S12K. And that means for the players for Royal Academy, this is going to be the first draw they're going to be having to take place in today's third game of the day. They will be engaging against Team Execute. They will be forced to take on that fight, and they will be either winning or losing. All this is open. We are not sure what will be happening, but for Team Execute, they already have the upper hand. 1 player is down for the Royal Academy, but we'll be seeing how that goes so far in this fighting Kampong.
I don't understand when it comes to Kenya. I've always known that Kenya has the best clans, the best teams, but when it comes to this table, we are seeing a different change in that. Execute. This is one of the teams that is putting Kenya on the map. We have 2 teams from Kenya that have already made it to the top 14 as of yesterday. That is the Execute and the Mercenary Union. Are we going to be seeing such different gameplay when it comes to today's games. We have seen the slaughter units. Those guys have been doing what they do best, as the name suggests, slaughter unit, making those slaughters and getting those eliminations. And I think they got the number 4 in the previous game. Right now we saw the 12. Oh my goodness, not Crypto getting the 12 Pablo, and the action has already begun. This is, oh my goodness, not Crypto is the only player remaining. I had not noticed that, but this is the only player remaining from the notice spots. Will he be able to clutch a 1v4? 12 are making that push, cooking that nade. They know that this is the only man, and that is just it. No Crypto eliminated as soon as the game has started. The first team to see and visit the lobby, and that is just it. We have the L for the lobby, and the L are for the loss. What an insane game. Note eSports not anymore. South Africa, you need to come behind your players. You need to psych up your players, man. We need those South African flags in the charts. We need to see you guys coming behind your teams, because the teams need you right now for the moral support. They need you right now because you are what that they are fighting for. Not eSports, unfortunately out, but not out of the tournament. That is just for this game. What is happening, Mitch? Oh my goodness me.
It is a pressure. I mean, it is getting worse and worse. It is Christine, and we are going to be seeing how that works out for other teams. But as you can see right now, what is happening is that the Royal Academy is already losing players. Iris has been taken down, and we'll be seeing how that goes. But then now Zeus is taking on a fight invisible team that is Rupo player. Will be trying to get some confusion there for Thaga to imagine that maybe that's a grenade, but then his teammates are giving him the cover, and we have invisible team player Rupo getting knocked, leaving just one man standing, and that is Lord. I hope he has something planned for his team, because right now, being the only person standing for his team, he will be the only thing they will be depending on to be able to get at least some points up for their team. But then, of course, just like PTK said, it is unfortunate that already one team has been eliminated, and that is not eSports. So we'll be seeing how that plays out for the other teams as well. Seeing that Royal Academy as well is down in terms of numbers. 3 of their teammates have been taken back to lobby, leaving just one player standing who is not looking to take on this fight. Otherwise, he has been on the defensive side and has decided to retreat and avoid this fight as much as he can. And finally, another interesting fight is about to take place. GUF Africa versus the players from Team Unique, a very strong team there. And we'll be seeing how they take on that fight for sure.
Honestly, Mitch, I had this question because what is the best tactic to use when it comes to Sunhawk? When you're playing Sunhawk, like, what is the best tactic? Do we have like the best tactic?
Okay, I can say for Sunhawk, just third party, but be careful not to be third partied, wildly third party, because as you can see what's happening right now, the player from GUF could be taking on this fight. He is making the rotation, getting the knocks on Team Unique. If another team joins, then that will be an amazing third party for that team. But I will be seeing how that plays out. But as of now, Team Unique there is getting pushed by the players from GUF Africa. Forge and his teammate getting closer. Grave, Cups, and the teammate that is Mandara are getting closer, and they want to continue getting the knocks on Team Unique. Question is, will they be able to take on that team easy? Since that Team Unique has been dominating for quite some time now, and now we'll be seeing whether there's a team that is ready to take them down too early in the game, because that is yet to be seen happening on Team Unique. Amazing grenade there, and Clips is down. Mandra now, the DBS, trying to go in for that push. Frogs there, focusing on the revive, and Mandra tries to get the jump shot there, but then he goes down, and he's been told to sit down and wait for that fight to continue. Only 2 players remain standing for the players from Team Unique, 1 player standing for GUF Africa. What will be changing is that either Team Unique will be going back to lobby, or GUF Africa will be the team that is going back to lobby as well. Forge, they're trying to go in for that push. DBS at on the amazing damage there, and just like that, GUF Africa has been taken out of the game. PTK, to answer your question,
Oh.
third party. Sorry, third party.
That party, oh my goodness me. I was watching that fight, and honestly, the Unique Sports, these guys are just know what to do. These guys are going for the action. These guys are going for the eliminations. They know what they want. They are going all in. Whether you like it or not, this is the Team Unique. Madman yesterday was the man that was putting Team Unique on the map. But today, I think we shall be seeing some other teammates doing the action for the team. We have the Mau Demonic as such a very good party, as such a very good team. They are getting the elimination, one elimination for the Mau Demonic. But these guys only have a duo remaining from a squad to a duo, losing two of the teammates. Will these affect their mentality? Will these affect their gameplay? Will these affect how they do things? Will these affect the chicken dinner? And guys, as we look at the map shifting to the northwestern part of the map of the area, and this is going to be crazy. Mau still with the 4Ms. We have the Neon eSports are coming from the deep west. We have all the teams coming from the bootcamp. Bootcamp very isolated as we speak. Mau Demonic with the one, Unique Madman getting the rush at Kingston, and these guys are going all in. I don't understand the Unique. Oh my goodness, Mau Aatrox almost getting the 4A crash out. It is getting crazy and crazier as we continue with the action. Staff of Stellar Champions, stuff that we have been waiting for. Africa, 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 Africa. Let's get this done. Let's show them that we've got this praise. Let's show them that we've got the skills. We are Africa and we are shining. Mau 4M, who will make a Sunhawk at their game. Interesting stuff indeed.
Indeed, interesting stuff there coming from their teams, but we are just getting started and we want to know how long will the interesting part stay in these games. Most of the teams are really putting their best foot forward. They want to be the ones basically dominating and making us question a lot of things in terms of their strategy and how they are taking on the fights. But as of now, the teams are making their rotations towards the safe zone. We are in the second phase. Sunhawk is quite a small map, and the rotations need to be done quite well, because once you make the wrong move, you never know who's waiting for you in a camp and just waiting for you to make a mistake. So all these teams right now should be focusing on ensuring that everything is okay on their side in terms of rotations and picking the right compounds to hold for now.
Yeah, crazy. And we need to see more of Nigeria. I believe we have one of the best teams in this game, that is the XTCs. We need to see the XTCs are doing something awesome when it comes to this game. XTCs, Nigeria is backing you up. I've seen a lot of Nigerians in the chat. I have seen Nigerian flags, and I want to see what these guys have to produce in this game. Right now, 14 teams remain, 46 players in total. Who will be able to win this? It is a matter of time. It is a matter of when and where. Emperors from South Africa, these guys were unique yesterday. They brought the action, but are they going to bring the action when it comes to the day two? Because I've noticed a couple of times, teams perform very well in the day one, but when it comes to the day two, day three, these guys, I don't know what happens with their mentality. I don't know what happens at motivation, but these guys are kind of, I think they fumble a bit, Mitch. I think they fumble a bit. I never understand that. Why do teams fumble when it comes to day two and day three? They only shine, that is day one and the last day. What happens in between?
I wouldn't call that fumbling, but you can call it fumbling. What happens, I believe, is that the teams start getting comfortable. Some of them are still not really confident enough to engage in most of the fights. You can call them fumbles because sometimes they might have over analyzed the situation. They decide, let's do very slow rotations, and then you'll start seeing some teams losing.
Yes, guys, quite some insane stuff. Just on my glitch, and let's continue with the action. We have the crime finish with the 7-7, the one elimination. A total team with the 4 eliminations. They are waiting, and they are waiting creepily in the dark as we continue. Road, we have the slaughter unit, ITX, Rush, Rag, X. What is happening? The map is closing in. The map is closing in as we speak. And all the teams, look at this. No team in the hilly areas. When it comes to Sunhawk, get the highlands. The highlands are the most important. If you want to win a game in Sunhawk, I've seen this a couple of times and I will continue emphasizing on this. Take the highlands, take the mountainous areas, take the hilly areas, take it all. Once you take these, you might have 100% chance of winning the game. But look at this X-Wash, X-Pain, the only player remaining, and he needs to escape. He needs to look for those placement points. Pain, feeling the pain when it comes to the Zeus. It is A wild 12, Pablo. A 6 elimination. Crazy stuff. As we continue, 12 with the 7 eliminations. As Zeus is spot with the 3, trying to get the EMP Kanye. If they got the dust, if they get the dust, that will be 4 elimination. They need to make the push. Neon eSports 33, baby. I don't know if Mitch is back. Mitch? I believe she's back.
Yes. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. A very small hiccup. But just as you can see right now, the teams seem to be taking on fights. You asked me a question then. Unfortunately, the hiccup decided to come at that time. But in terms of fumbling, I won't say the teams are fumbling yet. They're just not really sure about how to take on the fights. They have seen the leaderboard. They know where they are. And they are really either overanalyzing and thinking it through the wrong way. But most of them are really feeling the pressure and they're ready to take on the fights and maybe get to where they need to be. Crusader, they're being surrounded by Team Unique, and we have Crusader getting knocked. A nade there from Omar. We have seen him as one of the best grenadiers in the team that is 10-11 XTC. The players are from Unique right now, waiting to see how they can get that knock, or rather a knock and a thrust on the players from XTC, trying to get their healings happening. A nade is getting hooked up by Amar. Might just connect there, and Frags is quite low, but then Frags taking a nade now to do the same thing on Amar. They are trying to look for Kobe, and Amar is damaged as well. And the players from Team Unique are playing equally competitively as the players from XTC. They already take on each other head to head without looking to go far away from this fight. Bego there with the amazing flank there will be giving his team some cover, but then Amar does get knocked with the DBS taken back to the immediately because Rodriguez is watching the fight here, and they have been able to take an elimination from that team. It has been really interesting to see what's happening. But then Neon Rising is also taking on a fight against the players from Slaughter Unit. Amazing damage there on that guy. They are going in for that push. They need to be really careful. Slaughter Unit player Mahiri is down, and our double 7 will be looking to go in for that push. Beekeeper gatekeeping them because making it to the zone is not something the players from Neon Rising want the players from SU to do in this game. But then PTK, they are not fumbling. I believe they're just thinking too hard, a little bit too hard for the games.
Yeah, clean connections are from the Neon eSports, are from Nigeria. And right now, Nigeria smiling in the save spot. That is the charts. We have Neon eSports with the 7 eliminations, looking to add more eliminations. SU eliminated themselves. What about it? What about that? This is insane. SU's one of their guys eliminated himself. Neon getting the final SU and the Neon eSports. They are cooking and they are cooking hard. ITX Lord getting that gold elimination. Zeus is out. ITX, this is awesome. This is the stuff. This is just it. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we wanted to watch. ITX Lord, will he be able to fight? These are the, oh my goodness me, the ITX Lord with the DBS getting pushed and eliminated by the Zeus eSports. Crazy stuff. Crazy. The Rush Damaris does not understand what is happening. What is happening? Are these guys also going to come for us? He's seen the kill feeds. He is seeing the players. He is seeing how these fights are going. He is seeing it all. What madness. What is happening in the heads of the players that are looking at the kill feed? What is happening in the heads of the Rush? Will they rush or will they not? Will they hold or will they be held accountable for joining the game? Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're feeling it, and now we can see a lot of things are about to change. Neo Rising player, they're cooking up a nade, and it does connect, and we have Rodriguez eSports player Fatal having to do something because his teammate Braxers is down, and they'll be going in for that push. Narcos trying to get the damage on the Neo Rising players. Beekeeper going in for that push. He needs to get a knock there on Narcos. DBS in his hand there, and we have that guy being exactly that guy getting that knock on the players on Rodriguez. Only one person remains standing, that is Fatal, and they'll be waiting to go in for that revive. His teammate is finally up, and that does give them some numbers. Beekeeper, amazing damage on Fatal, but he'll be going away from this fight. He will be choosing to retreat, but going down that hill is not an option because one small mistake and we'll be seeing these players getting knocked easily by the players from Neon Rising. Braxers trying to cook up a nade, trying to look up for a knock maybe on the players from Neon Rising, and then maybe We'll be seeing them going far for that push. Nades are getting picked up by Braxers. They're not really connecting because the players from Neon Rising are not on that side. They are on the other side, and he needs to get it moving. Emperor joining the party as well. Beast closing on them there. That guy trying to cook up a nade as well. Fatal, unfortunately, does go down the hill and ease and knock the nades coming from Neon Rising, getting the damage on the Emperors. But now Beast and his teammate Gwazi have to be really careful. The SOKs are not really connecting. The DPSs are in, and Neon Rising player goes in for that push. Baby is down, but then so is the teammate there from Emperors, and just like that, Neon Rising will be taking out the players from Emperor, taking them back to lobby. There's only one person who can dominate in any fight. Only one man can win at the end of the day.
Crazy. And right now the Neon is posted with 13 eliminations. Crazy. We have the Zeus with the 7 eliminations, Execute with the 4, XTCs with the 4. We have the 4M with the 1 elimination, and finally Rush are still at 0 eliminations, and 2 of their players are surviving. Neon Esports might take this game. They have the numbers. I believe they are the only team with more than 10 eliminations at the moment, with the double digits, and it is getting it is bottling up at the top. Who will be able to emerge first? Who will take and secure that top 14 spot? This is a matter of time. It is only a few games remaining for these teams. Crazy stuff. And Neon, we have the Rush still at 0. 2 of the players are remaining. Oh my goodness. Execute for XTCs is 4. I saw someone in the chat saying that the XTCs are going to win this game. Are they really going to win the game? Let us see about that. 2 of the players playing as a duo. And you know, when it comes to numbers, Mitch, when it comes to numbers, I believe when it comes to competitive gameplay, numbers is a factor. Numbers is always a factor. Or what do you think?
Yes, I believe so. Numbers are always a factor when you're playing in the competitive scene. You need to have as many players in your team surviving as you can, because one knock can ruin everything, even just a duo, even a solo, because it's no longer a knock. It is going to be counted as an elimination. The Rushes, they're sporting 4 miracles. And we have Goblin being knocked, Sheik and Crash Out being the only 2 players remaining from their team. They are waiting on the Rushes to go in for that push. You have mentioned XTC, and we'll be looking to see how XTC performs in Sunhawk. Of course, there are some maps some teams are known to be really good at, so we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case for XTC when it comes to Miramar. They are holding already the highest ground so far, and they'll be waiting for teams to make their rotations. One small mistake and you will be on the eyes and the mercy of XTC, because they'll be looking at you guys from right above everyone else, just waiting for that chance to get an easy knock and a thus. But they have a team right next to them that is Neon Rising. XTC player Traitor being aware that there's a team right next to them, is not looking to engage yet. That guy and the Cola going in for that push. The player that is from XTC waiting patiently, snaking down, waiting for that team to get close, and then maybe he will be exposing his position. But then XTC player Traitor there, the nade, it doesn't really connect, but then he's trying to cook up another, not really, that is a smoke, trying to blind the players from Neon Rising. A Molly does go in, Traitor almost getting cooked, but then nothing happens yet. Neon Rising and XTC will be taking each other out to see who will be the team that will be winning when it comes up to the game here in Sunhawk.
4 teams remain, 9 players remain. Who will take this game home? 4M, XTCs, Execute, and finally the Neon Esports. But at the moment, these are the guys calling the shots. Neon Esports are calling the shots. 14 elimination. But the 4M getting the beekeeper. He needs to throw another nade. He needs, oh my goodness, 4M crash out, taking that elimination and bagging it. The Neon Esports right now, 2 players remain, and the Neon Esports quite suffering a lot. One of the players is out, and only 1 player remain, and that is, this might be a wrap. This might be a wrap. The Neon Esports, I was rooting for them. I was looking at the numbers. I knew they had the numbers. Right now, the Neon, XCC, Yo-Yo, straight up, they are going for the push. DBS, but oh my goodness me. Yo-Yo was knocked. Neon Caller eliminated by the 4M Goblin. Right now, the red teams, XTC, Berger with the only, I think he's a solo. One of their players is down, trying to get the revive. I believe he will. Execute from Kenya with the 4 eliminations. We have XTCs from Nigeria, who will become oh my goodness me, X-Pain, what were you doing in the play zone? And the Executor out. Only 2 teams remain. V2 battle at the moment. 4M, ecstasies, miracle, 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 miracle workers 4M. Will you guys show us what you got? And what the hell? 4M she taking that down, that player down. That is Yo is down, and they are going to fight for their lives. Only one player remains, but they have the high point, they have the highlands, they need to get the north. And the 4M, oh my goodness, please. Pray for them. These are the miracles, and they are getting butchered at the moment. Only one player remains. It is a 2v1. A 2v1 for M Crash out. A throwing the nade in, and we have a possible knock, and that is just it. That is just it, and it is happening all over again. This is the final day, the final game sensation, and that is the 4 miracles. They prayed for a miracle, and they were given the miracle. Insane finish. Oh my goodness.
Amazing chicken dinner there from the 4 miracles. Just like you said, they probably prayed for that miracle, and it did locate them in the game, and they got themselves a winner chicken dinner. Amazing play there as well from Bego, trying to get some knocks there and some thirst. Even though he wasn't able to wipe out the whole team, he tried his level best there. He got at least a couple of knocks there and a thirst on the players from 4 miracles. But then, I mean, we can only have one winner, and the chicken dinner goes directly to the 4 miracles. Amazing gameplay. We have enjoyed that game. It was one to watch, and an amazing play coming from all the teams participating. That is Group A in Sunhawk.
Miracle workers, 4 aim. Good aims, good knocks, and they got it. They had the lowlands, but they had the zone. That is the advantage. The disadvantage of having the highlands is the play zone. If they had the play zone, I believe that would be something different. But because they didn't have the play zone, the 4Ms are the ones that had the play zone. That is what happened, and that is why they won. 4M, GG's for that game. That was insane. That was incredible. And South Africa, I need to be seeing the South African flags, because why not? If your country wins a game, you guys should be backing your people up. These guys are representing you. These guys are going for you guys. And that was a GG's. Mitch, I actually don't believe that the 4Ms were able to pull this. I honestly thought that the Neon, these guys were, I think they were the contenders for the chicken dinner. What actually happened to the Neon?
I mean, it was Neon Rising and XCC going head to head against each other. Those are 2 strong teams. They are from Nigeria. They almost have the same level of skills. And of course, it would have been a really interesting game if the last player from Neon Rising was able to take on the last 2 players from XTC. But, you know, the numbers, like you said, do count. And for Neon Rising, they only had 1 person standing. And of course, that did cost them. But that did not really put them at the losing end, because the MVP for this match is from Neon Rising, and that is Beekeeper, getting 5 eliminations, dealing a damage of 706, 3 knocks, and surviving a total of 19 minutes and 38 seconds from that game. He also does a healing of 205. The top players are coming in from Sunhawk. We still have a Beekeeper there as the first one. Second place, we have Kohler getting 5 eliminations, a damage of 675. Bego coming in third with 4 eliminations, a damage of 553. Fourth, we have Zeus player Faker getting 4 eliminations, a damage of 488. And then 5th place, we have Madman from Unique, 3 eliminations and a damage of 448. The match summary having 59 eliminations from that game, 10 headshots, a long distance elimination of 367. That spray was there from 4 miracles, 1 vehicle elimination, and the grenade eliminations. I mean, the chicken dinner was a grenade elimination from the 4 miracles, getting the last player from XTC, and that is a Bego. I mean, amazing game today here in Sunhawk. Amazing start of the day with Zaber getting the first team out, and North Esports as well being eliminated easily by 12 Esports. Zeus coming in as well trying to take on Invisibles, but they get eliminated as well. We almost lost a Team Unique early in the game, but they somehow survived and they were able to continue their conquest towards getting a chicken dinner. But then that was not the case, as well as the players from Team Execute. A lot has happened throughout the game that they did engage in a lot of fights from the beginning. And XTC here, even though they are in a fight and lost a couple of players, including Crusader, Traitor, and Bego, tried to hold the fort here. And just like that, the game came into a close, and we had the players from 4 Miracles taking out the players from XTC head to head easily, and they were able to get themselves a chicken dinner just because of a grenade from that one player, and his name is 4M Crushout.
Oh my goodness me. And guys, this is the team that got the chicken dinner. A good game for the 4 Miracles. And of the 4 Miracles, these were the stats. We have the 4M Shikup. Oh my goodness, 3 eliminations. We had the crash out, crashing out with the 3 eliminations. Oh my goodness, like how many eliminations? I think that is 6, 7 eliminations for the number 1 team. We have a Goblin with the 1 and Sphinxy. He played a good game, got the assist. But a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. Who cares how you get it? But a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner when it comes to this game. Quite some zest for the 4Ms. Right now, guys, this is how the table looks like. Neon is posted the 18. I believe this is the table for the Group A. We have the 4 Miracles coming at number 2. We have the number 3, that is the XTCs. But you need to look at the point difference between the Neon eSports and the 4M. I believe that game brought a turnaround when it came to the 4Ms. The 4Ms got the win, and if it was not for the win, I don't believe they would be number 2, because the turn points assisted them to get to where they are at the moment. Neon Esports GG's with the 14, 18 points. We have the 4M XTCs, Zeus Esports Execute with the 9. And looking at, we have Rag Esports, they have 0. They need to do something about that. And guys, the overall ranking, Unique Esports. These guys are very, very unique. 54 total points, 34 eliminations. Do you know what we say about 34 eliminations? 4 games, 34 eliminations. These are some crazy stats. We have the Mau, 47. We have the Neon Esports, 42. Zeus with the 40. Rejects haven't played a very good game in the first game. That is totally incredible. We have the XTCs, Nigeria, X are from Kenya. These guys are going all in. They want the number. They want to get to the top 14. And they are doing their best to get that. It's never easy. It's never easy. You require to train. You require to play a lot of scrims. This is no joke. And you can see from that crazy stuff. And the overall rankings, very, very crazy. Next, guys, it is going to be incredible. Just prepare yourselves. We have the ITZ going to the number 16. Oh, that is number 16. But look at the point difference, guys. The point difference is very, very minimal. 23, that is, the number 9 has 23, the number 16 has 18. Mitch, what can we say about this point difference? Like, I think this is very, very minute. Anyone can pull up, like, anyone can get any, like, 4 points and you get to the top 9. How crazy is this?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the margin is quite small here. Most of the teams will not really have to do much. All they need is either placements or a little bit of some elimination points, and then we'll be seeing them coming there, closing the margin, and finally being able to dominate. But then again, they came from nowhere with GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. By now, winnership to 2025 PMGC. Be their number 1 fan and outplay the rest. Well, I believe that is it for game number 3 in Sunhawk. We'll be taking a very short break, and we'll be seeing you back again for the 4th game. BRB. All right, welcome back to another time for more action. It is your girl Rich Gaming, and of course, with me here is none other than Young Blood, well, PTK Africa, and he can tell us what he's thinking so far. I believe he is a fan of Sunhawk, but we are done with Sunhawk. We're going into another map. What do you feel about that, PTK, for the next map?
Okay, I feel exhilarated. I feel awesome because this is a map that the OGs love. I believe everyone that is playing the game right now, they never miss an Erangel game. Most of the times, Erangel is the OG because when you look at when PUBG started, Erangel has been the thing. It has been the map that has been placing all the competitive things right now. Guys, these are the teams playing in the Group B right now. We have the RRQ. We have the one band from Mauritania, and these guys are bringing some tunes today. I believe that these guys have the motivation to do it all. We have the Master Reunion. Today, I saw one of the Instagram posts. These guys are saying that today will be their day. So I am expecting to see a lot. We have all the Mad Monkeys. We have a lot of guys. Navy SEALs. We have the DBK, Republic of Congo represented. All these guys are bringing the action, and we are expecting to see the action. When it comes to Erangel, this is the thing that we want to see. Who is the OG? Who loves Erangel more? Who is more trained to play in Erangel? Who knows how to land, where to place the placement, where to go, where to secure the points? Is it Pochinki? Is it school? Is it the ferry pier, military base? Is it the prison, mansion, Yasnaya? Name it, all those places. It is a game of tactics as we speak, an 8x8 map, and this is where the action reigns. Group B, welcome to day 2.
Exactly. Welcome to day 2 for Group B. It is my first time here looking at Group B, and I cannot wait to see how the teams will be performing. I can see very good teams from all the regions are here, and the flight path coming from the southern side all the way to the northeastern side of Erangel, basically leaning towards the southern side of Erangel, and we'll be seeing how the teams will be picking where to land. But for now, I am going to be really interested to see how the teams are going to be performing. Like PTK said, we have seen Masna Union, a team that said today they will be doing a really good job. So we'll be on the lookout to see how they perform. But most of the teams in Group A, B, and C, we know they are good teams, and we'll be here to see how the teams perform. We have the Rignum here trying to make it to, I believe that is School Apartments, a place where most people tend to avoid, but that seems to be a place they're comfortable going to play in, and already fights are finally happening. Angry Smoke there are taking on a team. They will be forced to take on a fight. Temper is also quite close to them. They're getting damage. Their Aspect, the push is finally there. Aspect being quite low does retreat and avoid that fight any longer. Sasuke now holding the same compound, the same position that Angry had initially, and now we want to see who is going to be able to win this fight. I mean, it is just the first game of the day for Group B, and they are already ready to take on the fight. It's really interesting thing to see here, PTK. Isn't this too soon to take on a fight for Group B?
I don't think it is too soon for the Angries. This guy is always angry. Expect such an action from them. Angry Switchu yesterday did some very incredible job, and right now he's going for the push. Oh my goodness me, Angry Switchu, he wants to get that knock. They need to get that push, whether they like it or not. It is a matter of time. And the Angry Switchu, oh my goodness me, that player, very OP, very OG, and he knows when to push. He knows how to make the call. Switchu switching the game as we continue. Angry X Smoke. By the end of yesterday's games, these guys were at number 1. I believe they have 38 points, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I have a 1-0 margin. And Angry, oh my goodness, they are getting pushed. Angry MLK getting knocked. Yesterday was an MVP, but the MVP are down. And this is just it. This is a 1v1. Angry 6-9 getting knocked by someone who is 1 HP. Oh my goodness, Angry Aspect. What is going on in his head? Angry Aspect, they are 2 players down. Only 2 of their guys are remaining. Angry Switchu, Angry Aspect, and quite some insane skills. Angry Switchu sending some nades. No, that was not it. That was medkit. Yeah, to the teammate, that is the Angry Aspect. And oh my goodness, Aspect is down. Aspect is down. Switch is the only remaining player. And the Tempers very angry, tempered by the Angries. Switch trying to save the teammate. The only player remaining. A solo trying to fight for his country, for his team. It is insane. Switch. We need that 1v4. We need you to come. We need you to save. We need you to get those eliminations. It is a matter of now or never. It is a matter of you or never. It is a matter of seconds. 1, 2, 3. The Tempers don't care. The Tempers angry. Who will get? Who has the temper? Who has the skill? And the switch. Oh my goodness me. This is a man on a mission. And that is definitely not his mission. Getting knocked was not his mission. And that was a GG's Mitch. That was insane. That was just it. Tempers tampering with the Angries. And the Angries angry in the lobby indeed.
Exactly that. I mean, that was an amazing play there. And Angries are really good. Just that they were not able to finish that fight easy. But then the player there was really good at switching his POV when taking on that fight there. Switch, as his name is actually really good at his reflexes. And that is something we have to give him the flowers for that. But then now we have Rescue Esports. Already their teammate Spike there has been knocked, and that's an amazing nade from Kuz, and that means that they have at least 4 eliminations to their name. At least that does give them one step ahead, even though they have lost one of their teammates, and that is Spiky. Already Group D seems to be very aggressive. They are ready to take on that fight, and if this is the road they're willing to take, I hope the teams are ready for a number of casualties. The more they engage in fights, the more they might end up losing 1 or 2 teammates along the way. But then the rotations are finally being made. Most teams here not really playing in compounds. Rescue Esports is just moving around with vehicles looking for a chance to engage the fight. And Emperor finally, that's gonna knock their end Thirst on Cypher. That means that they are now aware that that team is down in terms of numbers. They have been crippled enough for them to go in for that push. You have talked about how the teams in Group B are very prepared for these matches. So are you expecting PTK to see a new team taking on the Chicken Dinas? Because I believe yesterday we had Rag, that is from Madagascar, RRG, sorry, from Madagascar. They are the ones who are really dominating and got that chicken. Are you expecting the same thing coming today, or are you expecting a new team to give us the Chicken Dinner?
Honestly, you mentioned Madagascar, and I remember one thing. Madagascar is OP. Oh my goodness, before we even go to Madagascar, guys, that was quite some spray, and the DBK Savage receiving quite some savage overspray. That was just it. DBK Luz is the only player remaining. And guys, we were talking about Madagascar. Madagascar has been, and I think it is, the country right now with the most improved teams. Madagascar is very OP when it comes to the classics. When it comes to the team deathmatch, these guys have it all. And today we are seeing that. But the question is Madagascar going to outperform the rest when it comes to day 2? They did that yesterday. RRGs dominated. But what about today? Are these guys going to bring that action? We have the Ruthless Esports almost getting down. Lilo, Rescue Esports. And nowadays, oh my goodness me. Tempers are not tampering with anyone. Tempers are not joking. These guys, they have the high tempers. They have the high sprays. They have the knocks. They have it all. Tempers with the 5 eliminations. Rescue Vaccine trying to get that safe spot. Trying to get this temper, guys, because temper. Oh my goodness, temper gone with a gun like spray. Oh my goodness me, what is happening? Temper gone. Temper. These guys, their name is just outrageous. Their skills are just outrageous. These are the men almost reborn in the lobby. Quite some spray. Vehicle smoking up. And this is crazy. Oh my goodness. Let me breathe in. Let me breathe out. Because that was an insane game. Tempers did not even receive any damage, but they inflicted a lot of damage. They got one knock, and I'm just waiting to see, is this really their game? Mitch, is this really the temper game? Are they setting the temper? What is happening, guys? What is this?
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what they will be up to. But then amazing damage there on a rescue. They did get a couple on Ruthless. Sorry, they did get really good damage on that team. Lost one player along the way. But like I said, the more the teams look towards engaging in fights, a lot of casualties will be in their teams. They need to really think it through because this will be a really big loss for most of the teams. But then Cypher here, one person remains standing. That is Regoku, and the players are coming in for that push. He is feeling the pressure. He does release the nade because now there's nothing you can do other than get ready for that fight. The players are now surrounding him. The man has basically been sandwiched. Peaceful spray there at the basin, but then the players are not letting him leave this place easy, and the DBS does connect. And the last player from Cypher has been eliminated by the players from Eclipse Esports. With now the zone closing in, we can see a very interesting rotation here with the players from Zeus using the water to make it to the zone. A very interesting turn of event here. That is a very interesting take as well. If they're feeling that will be the best rotation, but then they have to be really careful as well because some teams will be seen to stay by the edges, the shores, and wait for teams to come by, and then they will be able to take them back to them because you are basically defenseless if you're using the water towards the safe zone. Right now, Navy seals of players are from Gabon. They can't spot a team right in front of them. They are trying to engage, but then they are not really sure if this is a fight they want to take on. As you can see, Navy seals there. They have spotted a team trying to make their way towards the zone using a boat. Like I said, using that movement will be a very, very risky situation you are putting your team in because you are basically defenseless in front of the enemies. You can see the damage. Kaza here trying to get a knock on the player. Lou is being quite low. He does go into the water, and again that is still a disadvantage because as soon as the zone starts to close in, that swim will be very, very long for him. But we'll be waiting to see how that goes. A lot of teams right now are ready to take on the fights. They are not taking any L's so far, with only two teams are being back in lobby. Eclipse Esports, they are going in, crossing that region. They have a team right in front of them. They are getting the damage. One of their teammates, Gulak, is down. The damage there on V-Bulk, it is quite high. He is going into the cover, but then they are finally spotted. They need to now strategize because their location has been compromised, and that means the team that is close to them will be going in for that push just to make sure they will be the ones that are taking on that elimination. Vilfalk here in the team coming closer. He usually take on that fight, but then they're getting surrounded. They are getting sandwiched, and this might just be goodbye for Eclipse Esports. The knock is finally there, and now only two players remain standing. Ocean and Vilfalk execute is down. The revive might not be an easy thing to do. The Shark there seems to be the best place for him with his teammate. That is Ocean. Quite far, best strategy so far, because as soon as Vilplug is taken back to lobby, then he might be able to survive longer for his team, and that nade will be a GG's for Eclipse player. And just like that, you are seeing what I was talking about. PTK using the water for your rotation is not the best thing. You can see that team, they have lost that fight because they are defenseless with the boat and the ocean as the only thing around them so far.
Oh my goodness me. We saw quite some knocks. And right now we have the MUs. They are trying to fight for their lives. They are trying to get those kills. They got one knock. The RRGs, one of their players is down. And the MUs are trying to hold the plays on. They are trying to hold the up and they're trying to, oh my goodness. The MUs, I think two of their players are down. Yeah, two of the players are down. One is knocked and one is in the lobby. MUs are two players remaining. That is Gleezy. Gleezy with quite some nade. MU Aluquiz getting revived. We have the Hulk right now receiving quite a knock. Oh my goodness me, the nades are flying. Alki is eliminated, and these are the RRGs. These are the men that are going for the push. Rage, Astra Nova. But are they really going to get the play zone? Even if they get the kills, will they be able to make it to the play zone? If they can't, they need to get those dust. They have knocks, but they need them dust. RRG, Lido are trying to make that rotation. We have the RC Rescue Esports are trying to nade the Eclipse, and we are going to be seeing some light in the darkness. Eclipse. These are the rescues. Don't even want anyone to get the rescue. Rescue Esports, this is the cause. Are these making a push? A 1v1. Oh my goodness, Rescue Esports with the 3 eliminations. Mitch, what do you think about this last zone? The zone is closing in so fast. We are getting to see a lot of fights and a lot of wrong decisions from teams because teams are choosing to play in the play zone. Why do you choose that? because that will make you guys come at a disadvantage. The MUs have been eliminated. They were playing in the blue zone. That was quite some disadvantage to them. We need to be seeing something else, because once you play in the blue zone, that might be just it. You might win the fight, but get eliminated instead.
Yeah, that is true. Masne Union there had to fight outside the zone against the players from Rage, and of course, the name being Rage, they are going to be making sure that they take the elimination with them before anything happens to their team. And that is really interesting. Looking at the zone here, like you've asked, the last final zones where people are starting to move closer to each other. It is going to be very tricky, but then we have here a player from the Zeus, that is true, getting a lot of damage on the players from 21st Century Pro, but they are trying to get some damage on him, but then he was close to getting a second knock on the players from the 21st Century, trying to get a nade there towards the players from 21st Century. One good grenade, and it is going to be GG's for Probot, but then the nade doesn't really connect. Aimbot there, the amazing flank on the right side here where we have Zeus. He will be giving the team here some pressure as they try going for that push, but then is he ready to take on that fight? A couple of teams are finally closing into this place, and they want to be a part of this fight. You can see one band getting the damage on Zeus. They tried going for that push, but then it's not really working. But for the 21st Century, it is going to be GG's for them, as they were trying to survive there with the rotation from their teammate. Now the one band is waiting patiently. Amazing sprays there from Kiara. He doesn't really get a knock or some damage on the players from one band, but he is aware of the location. Might be an advantage. We're yet to see how they'll be using that. Now they know that there's a team there, but for now things are looking not good for Zeus. One of the teammates is down, and a beautiful spray there on the players from one band. Doesn't really get anything happening, and we have Zeus getting knocked. MM is a third party in the fight. Yomite coming from the back and getting some damage on Kiara, and now this is where everything gets intense now, PTK. This is where all the teams have to think through their strategies. Rage eSports, reigning champions of the last game in yesterday's games for Group B, they were able to get a chicken dinner, but then now they are back here for Group B, and the chicken dinner has been snatched from them. Now we might be seeing new champions in this game, PTK.
Yeah, crazy. I have not seen the Mad Monkeys. I want to see something that the Mad Monkeys are doing. They still have 0 eliminations. Mad Monkeys, where are you guys? 1 elimination for the Mad Monkeys. One of the guys is down. They need to get those eliminations. They need to get those that. Zeus, oh my goodness, Zeus, one of the players is down. And busted. We have a Chow trying to get the play zone. Chow. He needs to do something. He is very low, and I believe this play zone might be eliminating Zeus, a final member. And just like that, it is a good night to the man himself. We have Yomite. This guy reminds me of an anime character. Yomite. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's supposed to be pronounced Yomite. Or maybe I don't know the pronunciation, but that is just him. I know Michi is one of the anime, can I say lovers? Is Yomite a name in the anime world?
No, the owner of the name calls himself Yomite.
Your might.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me. Crazy. Your might eliminated. Crazy stuff. RC's Rescue Esports still survive. 7 teams in total. 25 players remain. Line eliminated is down. We have the one band. They brought the tunes, but are they bringing the keys? Maybe dancing to the music that is not their own. Copyright. This is crazy. Go to get the dust, trying to nade in, and that might be a knock. That might be a trouble knock. That might be it. And go get the dust. I'm trying to escape that area. Very, very low. And it's crazy as we continue with the action. Crazy Titan. Crazy one band. Still at 4 players total. 10 eliminations as we speak. We have the IB Titan. Mitch, oh my goodness me. This last play zone, I think it is more intense than all the games combined. I don't believe what is happening. We have some hilly areas and we have quite some open areas. Who is even going to dominate in this game?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, your goodness, the game is getting a little bit heavy now. As you can see, like you said, the zone now is becoming very heavy. This is the most intense games we have watched yet. There might be more in the near future, but for now, Temple, they are making their rotations, are trying to scout out the place here in military base, just looking for that place, that sweet spot where they can camp it out or rather hold as they wait for the teams to make it to the safe zone. They are not in the safe zone as well, and they are going to be waiting for them, but they should also focus on that zone. Teams are finally closing in there. Three Crowns eSports are still surviving in this game. Quiller, Nexus again, Merrick, Owner, all these players are still in the game. They have the numbers, but then is it going to be their way to a chicken dinner? We'll be waiting to see that. But as they go towards their teammate there, at least Nexus again has been able to camp out the place here and scouted for them, but then their teammate there will be knocked and taken back. So there is Merrick, because the player from Navy was watching, and Akaza immediately gets a knock and a thrust on the player from Three Crowns. That is Merrick. A lot is changing right now. Three Crowns Esports had the numbers, but sooner did I finish saying the name Three Crowns that they had already lost one of their teammates. Now everything is going to boil down to who is going to be able to survive this very interesting last zone fight. I mean, fighting in this place, PTK, is not easy. You've seen we have some plane crash happening around this place. If you do not know how to maneuver a
Yes.
crash, how will you be able to battle all these teams?
It's a game of numbers. It's a game of numbers, and the guys in blue, those are the navies. They have the numbers. Tempers with the numbers. One band with the numbers. Those are the teams that have 4 players each, and it is a 4v4 v3 v3 v3. 6 teams remain, but who will be the ultimate dominator? One band with the 10 eliminations, Tempers with the 6 eliminations, RCs with the 3 eliminations, Navy with the 1, 3Cs, and the Ruthless Esports are with the 0. But quite some difference in the gameplay when it comes to the 3 crowns. Yesterday, these guys they were angry pushers. They were pushing at every chance that they were getting. But when it comes to today's game, these guys, they are holding the fight. They are not fighting at the start of the game. These guys are holding the fight and waiting for the last play zone. That is where they're trying to get the kills. But is this really going to work for the 3Cs? 3 crowns, we need you guys to take your kingdom. Are you really going to take your kingdom? Are you going to assert the dominance when it comes to this game? Mitch,
Exactly.
what is
Are they
up?
going to be doing that? We'll be
But what
seeing
is
if that's
about
going
this?
to be the case. We'll be seeing
No.
if they go ahead and do that, but a lot is changing here. We have the players from one band, that is Titan is down, and the players from Rescue Esports are using the buildings from military base to their advantage. They're not moving at all because the zone was favoring them then, but now the zone has decided to move, and the players from Navy and Three Crowns Esports will be the happiest teams when it comes to the last zone fights. Go to trying to maneuver, try to look for a way to make it to the safe zone without being third party, rather sprayed from the back with a team, as that is Rescue Esports, as he tries to make it to the safe zone. Only 6 teams remaining right now. Looking at the players from one band, they have 10 eliminations to their name already. That is really, really huge for that team. 10 eliminations is a really big margin, but of course, as the tables continue turning, we'll be seeing whether the players are from one band will be maintaining the same number, as well as a chicken dinner, giving them 20 extra points just from this one game. Do you think that's going to be possible, PTK?
I think that might be possible. The zone being a stage 6, we still have a stage 7, stage 8, stage 9, because yesterday most of the games they were ending at the stage number 8. What about this game? We have a lot of loopholes. We have a lot of hiding spots. Ruthless, oh my goodness, the RC is getting the rush. I think that is the RE and the RCs. Rescue versus the Ruthless, and the RCs becoming very, very ruthless to the Ruthless Esports. The RCs getting 2 knocks. The RCs are 3 eliminations. The Ruthless, only one of the guys is remaining. Vaccinated, amputated. This is crazy. The Rushiano, they are trying to get the RE nowadays. We need that clutch, or do you not do it nowadays? We need that clutch from nowadays. Get that revive. Get that zone in. Get those knocks. This is Rashiano, one of the best players as we know of. I know Mitch is very well familiar with him. Rashiano, a very young and improving player when it comes to the game, when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Crazy stuff from the RCs as we continue to give you guys the action. All the guys that are watching, don't forget, guys, we need you in the chat. We need you with the flags. We need you to vouch for your team, vouch for your country, give them the support, give them the cheer as we continue with this Erangel game.
Exactly. I mean, they need to be cheering their teams up, just like you said. We have a couple of good teams there. Ruthless Esports, unfortunately, have been eliminated, and that does leave the only 5 teams remaining. They will be waiting to go in for that, which the zone will be closing, and now we'll be looking at to where the zone will be shifting, and now the teams will be forced to go towards that side. Rescue Esports waiting along the edges of the zone. They will be waiting for the zone to close in. They're trying to go in for that push on the Navy, but then they have to be really careful because Three Crowns Esports right behind them might just be giving most of the teams a hard time as they try to make their rotations towards the safe zone. A lot of teams, a lot is relying on the zone. Just question is, will your team be at the right place at the right time? Just like PTK mentioned, we have very good players. There are a lot of players from RC. Rusciano, I believe, is also a good player. We'll be waiting to see how that goes. But then he's waiting outside here patiently for the Navy SEALs, the players, to make a mistake over here. Is just waiting for that chance. One of the players from one band being spotted. Goat not getting damaged. He's still surviving for now. But then how long will he be able to sustain this without getting eliminated?
Oh my goodness me. 5 teams remain. Tempers with the Tempers, RCs with the Rescues, one band with the music. We have the Navies, but where is the border? What will they bring to the table? Navy Esports, these guys need to lock in. We have the 3Cs finalizing that table. This is the Temper. Ashua Cruz trying to get oh my goodness, receiving quite some. Oh my goodness me. IB Franco dancing to the tune of the Tempers. And right now the Tempers are not joking. These guys are going all in. These guys are bringing the manpower. They are bringing the artillery. These guys know how to set the pressure. These are the guys that are making. Oh my goodness, look at that spray. The Tempers are going all in. One band, one band, one band. We brought the music, you brought the keys, but you are going to be the dancers. This is crazy. One band. Goat. Bring that goat temper. Bring that goat action. It is you or never. It is now or never. Goat is the only person remaining from the 1Bs. Temper 6 got eliminated, and the 3Cs. This is crazy. 3Cs with the 3 eliminations, and this is what I was talking about. The 3Cs were eagerly waiting for the zone to close in and then start getting those knocks one by one, one after another. GG's as we continue. 5 teams. 3Cs with 3 players, Navy with the 4, RCs with the 2, Temper with the 2, and finally the 1B with the 1 player in sight.
Exactly, 1 player remains standing there for 1 band, and they have to be really careful, otherwise they will be going back to lobby without that chicken. But as you can see, Temper here waiting patiently by the edge of the zone. They do not have the numbers to be in the middle of the fights, but the Navy, the only team here with a full lobby, or rather full lineup, with 4 players that are still in the game there. They will be looking to use this to their advantage if they are willing to do so without losing at least a couple of players. A nade does go in on the players from Rescue Esports. Molly's also being thrown towards Rescue Esports. No one is getting damaged yet, but then they have to be really careful. 1 good grenade could eliminate the last 2 players from Rescue Esports. 3 Crowns Esports waiting patiently for that chance now to be able at least to get some knocks and maybe thus so that they can secure their winner chicken dinner. A couple of people have been saying there that 3 Crowns is good and they deserve chicken, but will they be able to to fight their way to that chicken dinner with a lot of good teams still surviving. Temper in the building, Rescue Esports are still in the game, Navy in the game, one burn standing as well. 3C owner is down, and that means the players from Navy might just be looking to go in for that push. Nades every single angle. 3 Crowns Esports right now getting cooked in their own building. Another player from RC, that is Aura, does get knocked and that's immediately by the players from Navy. Seal Rashiano being the only person standing. The zone is not your best friend, and he does get eliminated as well. Temper now, 4 teams remaining, and the battle is now getting where it should be, where all the teams now show their skills and prove that they deserve to make it to Nairobi, Kenya.
Oh my goodness me, 3 teams remain. Navy, Navy still, no, Navy still. I did not see that. This is the 3C Quilla. Quilla getting knocked. That was quite some spray from Lambo with the AUG, and this guy is not messing a bit. This guy is not messing. 3Cs going for the push. 3Cs dominating. The 3Cs at the moment, they are the man with the 7 eliminations and the temper. 2 players. It is a 2v3 as we speak. 3Cs, one of the guys is down, so the Tempers need to set the tempo as we speak. Temper, oh my goodness, quite some nade from the 3Cs, and the Tempers, Cruz are making the push, and it is a 2v3. Who will get the win? 3Cs, come from your count. 3Cs, 3 players, 3Cs. What is they saying? Oh my goodness, Ona on the lobby. Who is getting the knock? It is a matter of time, a matter of seconds, but they have it all. The play zone, the building, they have it all. Shakuzu is down, and only one player from the temple is remaining. That is Zik. Zik. Bring the seal. Zik. Bring the kill. Zik. Bring the elimination. Is crazy stuff. A 1v3. If he survives this, oh my goodness me. GG's. And the temple dancing to the tempo of the 3Cs, GG's, and the 3Cs, a 3-man army, a 3-man remaining army. They did that. That is just it. From the zest of darkness, from the eclipse, they made that happen. From nothing to something amazing. They are the winners of the Erangel game. GG's.
I mean, amazing play there from 3 Crowns Esports. I believe Nigeria is proud right now. They have been able to get a chicken, a dinner, amazing rotations, amazing calls coming from them. They maintained the same compound for quite a long time. They had a disadvantage at first. They lost a couple of players, or rather 1 player, and they started feeling a little bit on the losing side, but then they maintained the same compound. And now 3 Crowns Esports being crowned the winners of the 4th game of the day. Amazing gameplays, beautiful thoughts. I mean, all I can say is big up to you, 3 Crowns, and we're hoping to see the same energy throughout the games as we continue enjoying the PMAC games group stages.
I remember earlier I asked about the change in tactics for the 3Cs. Was it really going to be effective? The answer is yes. But when you look at the MVP of the match, that is the temper. These guys with the tempo, they set it high. Temper Zik with the 3 eliminations. Oh my goodness me, this game was very competitive. The man of the match with 3 eliminations, GG's to him. The damage that was quite good. That is 916. We've seen that damage. That with that kind of damage, most of the times the MVP has a lot of eliminations. That is 6 and above. But when it came to this game, you get the knock, but the dust is something that is very hard to take. Titan with the most eliminations, 4. We have Salsa with the 4 eliminations. Temper, Zik with the 3. We have Ona with the 3 eliminations. And finally, Quilla with the 3 eliminations. Quite some game. Erangel, here we come. 0 vehicle eliminations. I believe it's because of the location. Yeah, military base does not favor a lot of vehicles. The map was at a standstill because of the bridge area. No vehicle was able to get past that because of all the amazing teams that were holding the bridge area. 47 eliminations, 11 headshots. This is quite some improvement from the previous game. 438 meter long distance. Titan, what were you using? 438 meters, bro. Do you know what 438 meters means? 438 meters. That was crazy from the guy. That was crazy. This was the first knocked that we were seeing in the game. This was quite awesome from Sichu. He made that happen. They made the push, but this was quite some knock. Tempers were going all in. Tempers were rising. Angries, they were not that angry in that game. Tempers were the guys that were making that happen. We saw the RCs. They dominated that area. They tried to play and make it to the top one, but unfortunately, the zone was just not on their side. Zeus also playing a good game, but the third party, that was the thing that brought them down. That was the thing that was crazy when it came to this game. Most of the team that survived, they were relying so much on the third parties. The 3 crowns, they waited so much, and that is how they got the win. They waited all these teams to fight, eliminate most of their critical players, and then they push and make that final win count. That was awesome to watch. That was just crazy, Mitch. That was crazy indeed.
Exactly. Amazing plays there for 3 Crowns Esports. Looking at the team stats, we have Owner having 3 eliminations, a damage of 616. Quila getting 3 eliminations, a damage of 449. We have Nexus again, 3 eliminations as well, a damage of 364. And then, unfortunately, I believe this is the teammate that was eliminated. That is Merrick getting 0 eliminations and a damage of 142. Well, that does happen sometimes, but then luckily for him, his team got a chicken dinner, which eventually gave them a total point of 19 points from that game, with Temper coming in second, 15 total points to their name, 1 band coming third with 14. Fourth, you have Navy with 9, Rescue fifth with 7. 6, you have MM, the Mad Monkeys with 3, LZ at 3 as well. And 4 Rage as well, having 3 points in total. RE, that is Ruthless, getting 2 points together with Angry. EC Cypher getting 1 point each. And then for RRQ, Master Union, 21st Century, and OBX, they get 0 points from that game. And the overall ranking still has a Team Unique as the leading team so far, getting 54 points in total, only 1 chicken dinner. Mo Esports coming in second with just 2 chicken dinners, 47 points to their name. Neon Rising having 42, 3 Cars with 41, Zeus 40, Angry 39, tying with RJC, and then Temper coming in 8th with 31 points in total. I mean, RJC is still holding that title, being a team from Group C, having played only 2 games. That is really impressive, having RJC still in the first page of the results. Going to the 9th place, they have XTC 28 points in total. 10th, we have the One Band 27, EXE with 26, Rage 12, Esports tied at 23 points each, and then Espada closing the line at 14 with 21 points. 4M and Rescue 20 and 19 points for each. I believe now PTK, everyone going into the last game, can say that where they need to be is where Espada is. From the games we have watched so far, Espada is the place to be for now.
Oh my goodness, that was quite some game, but that is not the last game. We still have Miramar, the land of the dry bones, the land of the dryness. Group B, final game up next, then the final game of today. And I hope you guys are pretty pumped up for all the action that has been happening. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, and right now finally Game 5. But let us take a short break. See you in a few.
Ladies and
Priest.
gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the show. PTK, that was one hell of a game we just witnessed. 3 Grand eSports claiming that chicken dinner. I mean, what did you think they were going to win from there?
Honestly, with the kind of gameplay they were playing, I was doubting them. But I think my doubts were answered. And the 3 C's, they did it. Let's crown them. That they deserved it. That was some awesome gameplay. Waiting till the last zone and picking up the pieces of players. 2 players, 1 player. That is how you get an easy win. But it's never easy. It's never easy. GG's to the 3 C's. GG's to you guys.
Yo, alright. Jeez, 3 Grand eSports. That was a beautifully executed game. They stood very, very still. They held that entire area. It was well deserved. 4 games down now, and we are down to our 5th. Finally, it is going to be B, and it is going to be Miramar. More actions we see going forward. Now, it's going to be I believe it's going to be our second. It's going to be our second map of the day. And things are going to be very
This is Miramar. This is Miramar, guys, that we shall be playing in a few. Bro, this is one of the hottest games. When I talk about hot, I'm talking about the heat that is in the game. Generally dry because of the heat. Crazy stuff that is going to be happening here. We are going to be seeing the long range weapon. We are going to be seeing the Kar98, the M24s, we have the SKS, we have the Mini 14s, RRQ, one band. These guys have played the first game, but right now they need to take a chicken dinner. The MUs, they say that they are going to be improving. We need to see that change. All the teams that are playing here, we need to see a change in skills, because if a skill does not work in the first game, change it. If something that you employed in the first game didn't work, change it, because that may just be it. Maybe the change will make you win or secure a good placement when we come to the next game.
well. As you all heard, PTK, he said if it doesn't work, change it. You can always change it. You can always do better. Now the question is, will these teams do better in Miramar? Final game of the night and final opportunity to see yourself in that top 14 before the end of week number 1 of the stages. Interestingly, though, we have 16 teams all vying through for that top 14 slot. Again, we just saw 3 Crown Esports take that chicken dinner. Perfectly executed game plan inside Erangel. Can they do the same in Miramar? Well, we're about to find out. A lot of teams here looking for an opportunity to add more to the value that they already accumulated so far. The leaderboard has shown that all it takes is just a couple of solid games and some consistency, and you are going to find yourself inside of the top 14. Remember, the top 14 teams will advance to the Grand Finals in Nairobi, Kenya, and the winner from the PMAC will represent Africa at PMGC 2025. PTK.
Quite some insane landing. Like, the choice of landing, very, very different from all the games that we've been seeing. Teams have been landing at hot drops, but when it comes to Pecado, no one is a Pecado. What is happening? San Martin also very much isolated. We have 6-9 with the 0 elimination. This was the man yesterday that was facing 3 teams with no medkits, no painkillers, only with the motivation to keep going. Unfortunately, it didn't go his way, but he is still back. When you are down, you come back up. It is never too late. It is never too early. You just have to do it. Make it happen. Make it happen, or step by step. That is just how easy it is. We have the Regnum Quick. They are still holding and trying to get the loot with the AKM, one of the most fiercest weapons when it comes to close range and when it comes to the long range, but with quite some insane recoil. You just have to set your sensitivity straight. I know Priest knows about the sensitivities. I know you can enlighten us, because I think Priest, you played the game. Do you have some 0 recoil, or what happens when you shoot that again?
Yeah, my recoil is almost 0. It's even -1. Because my recoil is the best. Unfortunately, I will not be sharing my sensitivity because I can't have everybody with 0 recoil playing against me. But it is what it is. It looks like one band, being one of those teams that has been quite consistent from day one. They continuously add more and more to their points so far. At some point, they were sitting in 14th on the leaderboard, but I believe they've added a couple points there, and they should be in the first draft. But it's not over just yet. They need more. They need to be much more consistent, and you can see RC just in front, Rescue Esports, trying to occupy the warehouse position here, but one band probably have an idea on how they want to play this. Goat does take a little bit of damage there, but he should be fine. Covered by his teammates, puts the pressure outside of the team. Again, one band. I'm trying to remember what country they're from, though. I think they're from Mauritania, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Oh, but that's a beautiful spray. Ali QZ goes down, but immediately Prison is there to return the favor. Temper going against Mercenary Union. That is an interesting turn of events here. Captain does get knocked away and immediately gets flushed, and the pickup's coming through, but Temper doesn't look like they want to lose this out. They might want a piece of this, as Crooks is just in the vicinity. Might decide that they want to trade this off, and this would be a major clash if Mercenary Union do not move out of here relatively very quickly. Temper might have something in the works for them. Zeke immediately pops out from behind cover, sends a couple shots through, and it does collect to Glixie. Glixie falls as well. Mercenary Union in some major trouble right now. They cannot afford to make any mistake. Glixie still knocked away. Hawk is playing behind, provides a little bit of cover, but Shrooks is already making the advance. Temper looking very comfortable on this push. They are in a little bit of a diamond setup, and it looks like this could work. That's a beautiful grenade over the top. Prison falls. Ali QZ pops out immediately as well, but he will be getting dropped away, and that will be the end of Mercenary Union. Temper will make quick work of them. The South Africans putting foot to the necks of the Kenyan team.
Oh my goodness, did you see such a spray? Bro, how do you spray with an M249 from that distance? This guy has a holo and he got a player in a vehicle. Crazy stuff as we continue with the action. The MUs unfortunately not making a mark today. They have gotten an early lead, and I think that is a GG's for them in the day 2. We have the one band. They were among the last teams remaining in the previous game. Is that going to be the case when it comes to Miramar, the land of darkness, the land of dust, the land of the dry bones, the land of the long-range weapon? Get the M24, get the SKS, get the Mini 14, and let it work. Let it show you how the magic is. Angry Switchu are still at 0. These guys were eliminated fast in the previous game. Right now, seeing quite some different gameplay when it comes to the Angries, and they are looking to set the tempo, because they are not pushing that much. They are just getting the positioning, trying to get these other teams, and they already have the games. That is the one band against the Angry Esports. This is crazy. One band Franco, the only player in that vicinity. Will they make the push? I don't believe they are making the push. You need an opening knock and then make that push as soon as you get the knock, because the opening knock, you might have gotten their best player yet. That is the Fragger himself, the man that gets the work done. Crazy as we continue with the Angry action.
Angry Smoke looking very comfortable here on their rotations, though. They do have a lot of ground to cover if they are trying to make something out of that position they got. Again, it's one band that is in their sightlines. But we switch things over to 21st Century. They didn't have the worst game in match number 4, but they could do so much better, and this could be an opportunity for them to do something about that. 21st Century have been in the game for quite a while. They've been adding more and more, but now America, Aimbot Lite and Probot all vying together to add a couple more points to keep themselves in the top 14. Could be a major shift as to how they advance to the next stage of this tournament. But taking a look at 3 Ground Esports, the winners from match number 4, fresh off a chicken dinner and high on morale. If they can keep that morale high enough, they might be able to get themselves yet another chicken dinner. That might be the one that puts them just over the edge, just to the top of that leaderboard, but they cannot afford to make any mistakes. Everything has to be pitch perfect. Play zone closes in a couple of seconds, and we are going to see where the shift is. And the one band are taking hits. Franco goes back into the lobby. MLK and 629 will not be taking any prisoners, and they are looking very comfortable taking out one band. One band cannot afford to lose any more players. This could be an opportunity for them to catapult themselves into a better position in that leaderboard. But BTK, what is your favorite DMR though? Mine is actually the SLR, funny enough. I'm not really a fan of the Mini 14 or the SKS. I like the SLR.
I think the Mini 14 is very OP. When it comes to close range, I think it is one of the best weapons because I've seen this weapon get the eliminations. I've seen people that use this weapon. I've been knocked enough to know that this weapon is one very OP when it comes to the long range. People using the Mini 14s, I believe these are people that are good at these sprays. They are good at those tappings. A good example, I've seen Capi Gaming, a very good and OP player, having inspired a lot of people to use these Mini 14, to use these SKS. When it comes to such games, this is what you need. The Mini 14, that is my best weapon. I don't know about Priest. Priest talked about his. but sometimes you just need the M to fall. If you can't tap very quick, just use the assault rifle. Use the M24, use the Car 98. They will get the job done. Get the headshot. Get those knocks as easy as you can. Angries are with the 2 eliminations, thinking of making the push, but not quite making the push. At the moment, only one team has been eliminated. That is Mercenary Union. And all the teams still maintain their spots. Tempers with the 4 eliminations. One band with the 2. Angry with the 2. We have the RRQ with the 0. Mercenary got the 1. And all those other teams, they have that big 0. As we continue, navies will be having a hard time because there is no water in this area. So these guys must bring the sweat in the game. They must bring the action. Whether they like it or not, this is their time to shine. It is the time for the Navy to show that they are not only fighters in the waters, but they can also fight in a land as barren as Miramar. Priest, this is quite some game, and let me ask you this question. Out of the 15 teams that are remaining right now, which team do you think might be the biggest contender for the win?
Well, the way it's looking right now, Tempa's coming off a very, very great game, but unfortunately they have lost a player, so that puts them into a very, very unfortunate position. But I think Angry Smoke and 3 Crown eSports either of these teams could potentially take this game. So I think it's either going to be one of these 2 teams based off of the rotation and the angles that they're currently trying to hold and the positions that they've got in the zone. I think either of these 2 teams will most likely take the chicken dinner, but I could be wrong. And speaking of which, I personally think the best DMR in close range is the MK14 though. I just remember that. True. Yeah, MK14.
I was not even,
I love that weapon.
Remember that.
Yeah, I love that weapon because even the sound. Yeah, even the sound of the weapon. I love the sound. It is very scary. It's a scary gun, and it has a very, very unique sound. So once you use it on automatic, your enemies are gonna be very, very careful to pull up on your position. But it's not everyone that can use it though, because the recoil of that one goes absolutely insane. It looks like Angry could be in trouble here. MLK gets knocked away there, and this could be something special. Eclipse eSports not letting this one slide, and MLK could be in danger if he doesn't get picked up right now. But I believe he has Aspect just in his sight lines to make something special happen. Remember, the play zone is not too favorable for Eclipse. They will need to advance. You need to get to a better position. Aspect already making a play for it. and rotating over to that western side. I think it would be ideal for Eclipse to find a better spot. They are not in the zone. This is not a fight that is worth taking, though. But 629 doesn't have time to ask questions. He's just going to get the job done. The first grenade over the top side. He tries to launch that one. Another grenade to follow suit. Oh, 1 for 2. 629 shuts the door. And Ocean will unfortunately be swimming in bullets there. 629 and Aspect closing down on Eclipse eSports. I had no idea why they hung around here. Well, not necessarily. They could have made a rotation outside, but unfortunately would not be the case. And the Zeus also getting spotted out by Uda from RRQ.
Yeah, that was quite some need. That was a double knock. How, like, what are the chances of getting a double knock when it comes to this kind of tournaments? Eclipse, they just saw light in the darkness. They brought the darkness, but then what? Here comes the light, and that was the light of a grenade, and that was some awesome knock, double knock. And that is just how we do it. We are looking to see some action from the Rescue Esports. We have the 21st century. I don't think the 21st century have been that OP today. They need to do something about that. They need to get the eliminations as soon as they can. Zeus is another very viable contender when it comes to this game. When it comes to this win, Miramar, one of their best maps. I know a Chow, a very good survivor, a very good player. And I believe this game might be a game changer to them, but it is up to them to make that happen. We have, these are the Cypher Esports, Sasuke V4, trying to hold that position. He knows that he is fighting against the great Cypher, one of the players almost getting down, receiving quite some spray. And the Tempers, right now, Temper God is down with the 2 eliminations, but right now getting revived with the Temper Zik. Temper Shukros are trying to get that cover in. They need to get the cover. They need to get the res. They need to exit this position because it is already compromised. It is already a position of no return. They need to make the fight happen. This is the RRQ, Regnum Quick, Rex. They need to get those eliminations. But as the crowd is in the previous game, I believe most of the teams in this game will be making that happen. They will be holding the position, playing with the game zone up, playing with the blue zone, and then at the last moment, 1, 2, 3, those are the knocks that they are looking for. Tempers are losing 2 of the players as we continue. These guys came number 2 in the previous game. As we look at this game, I don't believe that might be happening because Temper Shukros almost eliminated very low. 1 shot. Oh my goodness me! Quite some spray from the Titan, and the Titan guy, this guy is not joking. He got quite some spray and he got the knock. Temper 6 got the only person remaining. A 1v all, a 1v all, a 1v4. This man himself, he needs to put this country in his back. The man that has all the pressure, the man that has all the skills, will he be able to show us that he is the god when it comes to Miramar? Trying to get the revive, but the fight is not in. One band don't make the push as easy as that. But one band Titan making the push, they know that these guys are low. They know that these guys are not. Tempers are running high. Titan making the push. They didn't get the revive. I'm the 6 god. The world is looking. The world is looking. 6 god. Make this happen. But unfortunately, 6 god eliminated. One band bringing some wrong notes to the Tempers. And the tempo is changing. Tempers eliminated. And I believe this game will be different from the first game that we watched. Erangelo's good, but Miramar is better. As we continue, Priest, I don't even know who or when are going to be dominating. Crazy as we continue with the action.
And the action does continue. Ruthless Esports trying to set their tone down. That's a good grenade over to the top side there. Born trying to apply some more pressure, but he's exposed again. Double RQ. Probably have something in line for them as well from that top side position. They're probably going to try again. Sasuke from Cypher does go down, loses out as well. Vehicle is in demand. And now they also hops straight out. They are going to make one special kind of rotation there, and hopefully they do not get caught out. But it could be something if they are exposed. Their vaccine circles back, but they do find their way through into the circle now. And they are dropped immediately by 629. Angry Smoke turning things around once again. Ruthless Esports on the back foot. The pickups could be potentially long-lasting here if they do manage to find a way through. Switch you now making the advance. They want a piece of the action as well. Big sprays to play off onto the right-hand side, but they want a piece of the action now. Switch you versus the verse. Drop it with the DBS. Vaccine will not survive that one. No illness this time, but he goes out 629 with a beautiful spray right through the shack. Closes that one down, and that will be the end of the road for Ruthless Esports, and they will not advance any further. Aspect circles back to his own position, and RRQ would want to capitalize on that entire space. But a grenade from Richaro over to the top. Rescue Esports will be also sent back into the lobby, and things are going from bad to worse to all those teams trying to play in from the western side. And it is looking like a very, very tall mountain to climb for each of them, trying to make their way through. One by one, they are taking hits. RRQ making sure they all feel the brunt, they feel the pain here. And Mad Monkey's trying to circle back and deal with Astronova. Their rotations, 2 out in the open. And Bala gets the drop there. Shad is the victim. Yomite trying to get Shad all the way up, but a grenade to get the job done just over the top doesn't connect. He will try again though. Slazy onto the other side. And now Mustry circles back, gets a little bit of a draw fire from Slazy. But unfortunately, there's too much of them in this area. Slazy does have to be careful. He's stuck in a 2 versus 1. And he could be trying this one out, but he's exposed, and it's fine. Finally goes down. Shad is the victim. This time he will not be getting picked up. Yomite deep in the blue. He takes a hit. He takes another hit to the blue zone, and it doesn't look like much will be coming out from this. And he succumbs to his injuries as Melio will drop Dribbler, and that could be the last kick of the game for Mad Monkeys.
Yeah, GG's to the Mad Monkeys, but eliminated as soon as right now. 9 teams remain. We have seen the Rescue Esports eliminated, eliminated. We have the ECs, we have the MUs, with Ruthless Esports and the Tempers, not forgetting Angry Esports eliminated. It is quite a game, and it is a game that we have been hoping for. When it comes to these kind of tournaments, guys, we have been looking for this real, for this action, and the action right now is on our doorstep. This is the kind of action that we have been looking for. Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Mauritania, Mauritius, Congo, we are going all in. It is a matter of time since we started the game. This is the last game for the day 2. Miramar, who is going to win as we continue with the action? Teams taking quite some spots, quite some frame from the Savage. Oh my goodness, almost to 0 recoil. This guy is a trained player. This guy a very skillful player. Savage, I saw him in our previous game. This guy not in a tournament. I've seen him in a tournament. This guy has been able to get 10 eliminations in a scrim game. So this is a very able player, and I'm looking forward to see him make that happen once again. 3 crowns, they are getting pushed by the DBK, or these are the OBK, right? I think this is OBK. Yeah, I think the OBK.
I'm not sure if it's OBK or DBK. Is it DBK or OBK? I'm not even sure.
I think it is the OBK. We shall be confirming that in a few. But I believe it is the OBKs, if I'm not wrong. I believe it's the OBK. We have me corrected. But the actual on one band. Oh my goodness, Navy Seals. Navy eliminated by the DBKs. Oh my goodness me. They brought the action, but the DBKs brought the fight. Action versus fight equals the lobby. As we continue with the great action, DBKs, 3Cs are making the top part in on the 3Cs. They don't care who you are. They are coming for their kingdom, and the kingdom must reign. 3Cs. What is happening? One of the 3Cs players is down, eliminated, busted, and this is the DBK Savage. He needs to do something. He needs to make the clutch in. The only player remaining, will he be able to survive the wrath of the 3Cs? Unfortunately, I believe so. Oh my goodness me. Quite some, oh my god, that is some back shots. DBK almost eliminated. Oh my goodness, Savage. The 3Cs, they need to have made the push as soon as they got the 2 knocks, but they just held their position. I'm not understanding the 3C's strategy today. Why didn't they make the push? Why didn't they make the push?
I think it does fall to Quilla, unfortunately there. Quilla did make the push, and he almost had it through, but unfortunately he fell for the bait and turned his back to his out of his teammates' line of sight, so they couldn't cover his position, and that was the risk he took. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but they did manage to get a couple of eliminations from that exchange, and currently sitting now in this open space. RRQ using the numbers advantage here. They're trying to trade this out. That's a good spray there from Na again over to the side, but RRQ will close that down, and they will be up to 5 eliminations now. 3 Crown Esports and 1 band still very much in the open. 21st Century do have a lot of angles covered for the northern side of the zone. All they have to do now is wait it out and open the other spot. Ooh, Unique has been knocked away though. That will be the end of Cypher. They will not advance any further. 21st Century looking very, very solid. A grenade over the top from Probot. And it looks like 1 band could be in trouble there. Titan gets knocked away. Red line over to the eastern side. He's trying to circle back, trying to hold the smokes and shield the vision. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Light has him dialed in. Light has it dialed in, tries to close it down. But Titan will not be so lucky, as Light will take him all the way back into the lobby. And 21st Century, they have been biding their time. They've been holding the zone. It is phase 6 of the circle, and we have 5 teams available. Could be anyone's game. They have their sight lines onto the match from 3 Crown Esports, and they are applying pressure, but the distance is a little bit too wide there, not enough to drive them out of that position. They will return fire immediately, but they will not forget Savage is here, and he is clawing his way into the next phase of the zone.
GG's. 5 teams remain. 13 is the number of the players that are in this room. Out of the 64 that joined, these are the survivors. Who will fight? Who will make it? A matter of right now, because the zone are stage 7, and I believe stage 8 is the most deadliest zone ever. 6-9 eliminated by the 3C owner, and the 3C is still making sure that these teams know it is them. They won the previous game, and they are going all in for this game. 3C with 3 players still remaining. And Nigeria, what is happening, Nigeria? I know Nigeria is the chat are very smiley. I see a lot of faces. Nigeria today has been superb. Are they going to get yet another win? I believe if they get this win, this will be the biggest motivator to the team, to the country, and to us, man, because this will be quite some insane. Imagine getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. I don't believe I've seen that today. Oh my goodness, Savage eliminated. And those guys are going all in. 3 Cs, 4 eliminations, 12 players remain, 1 fun. We have the RRQ, 3 Cs, and finally the 21st Century. Oh my goodness, quite some knock from the 3C Nexus again, and 3 teams remain. The numbers in the favor of the 21st Century. We need to see a different century, or are we going to be seeing the 21st Century? A good spray from the Rex, Regnum, that is Leo, and they are making that push. They are trying to hold that spot. They are trying to get a safe spot and get the angles. The angles really help when it comes to these knocks, because get a quick angle, get an angle where the players cannot see you. I believe you might win the game by that angle, because the players don't expect such rotations. If you get like a very peculiar angle away from your team, the team makes the cover and you are able to get the other team off guard, because that is what we want to see. Make the rotations. We need to see teams making the rotations. We need teams making those knocks count. As we continue with the action, guys, 3 teams. But who is going to win this? One of 6-9 is still not. Oh my goodness, 6-9 has been knocked a couple of times. I don't understand, but the numbers right now, I don't see them going in the favor of the 3 Cs and the RRQ. 21st Century, let us see your might. 21st Century, let us see what you guys are going to be bringing to the table in Miramar, Priest. In Miramar, very hot, very dry. But the kills, the eliminations, very crazy. As we continue, guys, don't forget, we need to see you guys vying under. We need to see the flags in the chat for all the teams that have been participating. We need to see you guys are behind your guys. As we continue, we need to see that.
The action continues regardless, and like PTK said, show some love in the chat. Let's see your flags in the chat. Who are you repping right now? Because 21st Century are trying to deal with RRQ and close this down immediately as well. The play zone not too favorable for them, but they do have the numbers advantage. 4 players up right now, and they are trying to close this down. Everything is looking like they might be taking it away, though, if they could circle back. America over to the other side, trying to play from the right-hand side position. Owner gets a drop, and now RRQ in trouble. 3 Crown Esports, they have advanced a little bit closer than they would have liked, but Light starts to light them up. He has the angles there, but he can't peek anymore. He will be getting dropped away if he makes that mistake. A grenade over to the top now, that would get the job done, but he doesn't have any grenades. And Owner tries to apply some more of that pressure, but like I said, it was not the right call. He peeks out and immediately gets dropped away. That gives 3 Crown Esports the opportunity to open and take that line over to the side. Merrick peeks up, tries to take it through, but he tries to circle back, and that's a beautiful grenade again. The Molotov over to the top side from Aimbot tries to close it down, but Merrick can circle back. He can't raise over to the top, and unfortunately Nexus is exposed. He gets dropped away as well, and Owner tries to circle back again and hold that position, but 3 Crown Esports under a lot of pressure. Owner again spins back. RRQ, while all this commotion is going on, they are just biding their time. They're creeping into the zone. 21st Century have their attention divided on 2 different teams, and that is the cost of doing business, the cost of the chicken dinner. But can they pay it? It might be too high a price. They're playing off a little bit towards the southern position, trying to force the rest of the teams into their peripheral vision, but Merca again is spotted by Foden, gets dropped away with the M416, can't circle back again, can't hold that position. Owner keeps them penned in, and Foden drops through, but Merca will not be getting picked up this time around. RRQ will claim the advantage, and 21st Century will be reduced, and Probot trades off as well as Foden goes down. Another opportunity for 21st Century. Merrick again goes down to Light, but this time around 21st Century turning things around. The Owner peeks up into the other side, but Owner gets him dropped away now in the 2 versus 1. They spin right through, and Nexus again unfortunately getting dropped off. The S12K goes hand in hand, and Aimbot will aim so true and immediately trades off RRQ. 21st Century on firing 4 cylinders, but Probot is exposed, and Bruder gets him knocked away now. RRQ could capitalize on this, and Ali has been knocked away. Doesn't look like much is going to come through here, as RRQ might decide to turn this around. 7 eliminations to the good, and his teammate knocked away to the left-hand side. Lights is still 1 HP, and he might decide to turn this around as the MG3 pick spray over to the left-hand side. Aimbot tries again with the Scar L, switches through, and a grenade in hand here. This grenade could be the game changer if he launches it perfectly. Light to the side, but immediately wraps it up, and 21st Century will take the chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness me, what century are we in? And gotta guess, we all know 21st Century, and Africa is left to wonder, wide-eyed, thrilled, bemused. How on earth did that happen? Those are the boys. Those are the bully of the big boys. They came, they saw, they conquered. 21st Century. These guys just know how to get the work done. We are in that new century. 21st Century. GG's, GG's, GG's. South Africa in the chat. We need to see those flags, because that was awesome. That was crazy. That was just what we came to see. Day 2 ended in quite some game. 21st Century. I just can't stop saying the 21st Century, because they just did that. They just dominated. They just made that happen. GG's, GG's, GG's. As we continue with the games, they are even crazier than we started. That was a final game, but that was the hottest game in the hottest map. Miramar. Feast on that. Feast on greatness, feast on the catastrophe.
Well deserved 21st Century. I mean, we've had a lot of, South African teams successful today. I think Four Miracles taking chicken dinner in Sandhawk, and then now we have the guys from 21st Century also taking a chicken dinner today. It is well deserved. Absolutely incredible performance coming through from these teams. They have been absolutely incredible to watch, and now that chicken dinner puts them into a very, very nice cushion on that leaderboard. More opportunities for them to add a little bit more, but the MVP is still going to be Red Line from one band. This is a team that has been dominating from the Western region. They have been absolutely incredible, and now we're seeing that for ourselves. What Red Line did have 6 eliminations, basically almost 800 in damage points. Got 5 knocks and survived 24 minutes. Big numbers coming through from him. And but he is not alone. Angry from Angry Smoke 629 did have 5 eliminations, 4 to follow through as well from Aimbot from 21st Century, and RRQ did have 6-9 in the cut as well, and Sneaks from 21st Century also in the mix, also adding more value to the team and adding more numbers to their points. 58 eliminations across the board. Headshots were up to 10, and we had a distance of 257 meters covered by 1 bullet to eliminate 1 player, and that shows you that it was absolutely incredible. 2 airdrops did get looted though. We had 5 grenade eliminations. Unfortunately, no vehicles were used.
Oh my goodness, these were the highlights, guys. This was some awesome game, one of a kind, and we saw it from the action. The MUs, they took the fight, but they lost it. But that was a good fight that they brought. That means that these guys, they know what kind of game that they are coming in. They know what they need to do when it comes to these games. We have seen a lot of action. Navies, they fought a good fight, but unfortunately, that was not a very good spot. That was not their game. We have the DBKs. Fought. Oh, the Drizzies, well, one of the players from the Drizzies was eliminated. The Drizzies could have made the push early, get the final player, and save their player, but they chose to hold their position. And this fight from the 21st and the Drizzies, the very OP. As we continued with the game, the RRQs, they brought the fight, they brought the action, but unfortunately, it just had to come to that one last bout. 21st Century, they made the push at 2v1, and they made it happen. And when you look at the 21st Century, their stats are very crazy. 21 aimbot with the 4 eliminations. He got the 2 knocks. This guy was going all in. If you look at the elimination, that is the pro bot. Oh my goodness me, 3 eliminations, quite some damage, 4 knockouts, bro. This guy was all in. This was a team game. When you look at the damage, this was a team game. Like, I think it is Mirka. This guy with 0 eliminations, but look at the contribution. He got 292 damage. That was quite some contribution, and that is why we say the game is a team game. That is why we have 4 players instead of 1. So play as a team and get the win. Match rankings, crazy. That was one crazy and a hell of a game. 21st Century, GG's with the 19 points. Quite some margin between the 21st Century and the RRQ. That is 6-point margin. You have to do a lot to get the 6 points. It may look very minute, but trust you me, 6 points goes a long way. 6 points is too much. So they need to come with some different mentality when it comes to the day 3. They need to win these. They need to close the gap. That was quite some awesome game. And guys, the overall ranking, as expected, Unique eSports, these guys, unique in the name, unique in their game, they are still the ring leaders. They are still the leaders with the 54 points. The 3 crowns, oh my goodness, how did they get there? I know we all know that was from the game number 3 and the game number 4. The 3 crowns, 51 points, and that is how you creep into the top spots. Angry with the 48, Mao eSports still maintaining that position, but they are, I think, 1 point. I think they're down. They're a bit down, 1 point down from the Angries, and the Angries, they don't maintain their lead. That is quite some game. Look at Mao, look at Neon, look at Zeus. These guys, OP, but they did not have the game that they were looking for. That is for the day 2. So in the day 3, we are expecting these guys to come with different mentalities. different skills. Already you know how the game is, so you don't have to have the kind of pressure that you had while starting the games. Day 3, you guys have to lock in. Make those practices count. Make those screams count. As you look at the table, the point margin 54 for the number 1, number 8 with 39. That is close to 15 points. 15 points, as I told you guys, not very minute. It is quite some points, and you need to do a lot when it comes to gathering those points. As you look at the team number 9, team number 16, oh my goodness me, Priest, what is happening with the points? It's crazier. The cutout is at team number 14, but look at the points.
Yeah, the points are very very, very close. You know, Tampa do have 36 points to the good as it stands. 21st Century in that chicken dinner catapults them into the top 10 with 30 points. Ecstasy drop a point down, a couple of steps down as well, going with 28 points. Or the Double RG will not be moving up or down. They will stay in 12th place. Execute in 13th with 26 points as well. 12 eSports with 23, and Espada with 21, and 4 Miracles with 20. So these are your top 16. Remember, top 14 will advance, and right now Rescue Esports will be sitting in 17th place, and RRQ will move all the way up into 18th place. And then F4 at the bottom of the bottom here: Slaughter Unit, Zeus, Navy, Rejects, Not Esports, Donkeys, and Team Glory, unfortunately, will be sitting in 25th to 32nd position, but it's not over for them just yet. They still have a ways to go. We still have 2 more weekends and a lot more matches to cover at this stage. So some groups still have 2 matches in hand. You know, they've played 2 out of 4. They still have the opportunity to capitalize and add more points over to the next weekend.
Oh my goodness, Team Unique, this has been crazy, and these guys are still holding that position. I think it's going to be hard. We have seen the resilience from the 3Cs, from the Neon. These guys are going all in. They just want to maintain, they just want to get the top spot because they know what they are going to be gaining. Guys, this is the team number 33. That is the, oh my goodness, look at this, look at the margins, from the team number 33 to the team number 48. We have teams with 1 point, but they have not played a lot of games. As you look at the OBP, these guys only 1 game. We have the Galaxy with the 2 games. EMPs, oh my goodness, EMPs, Emperors, what is happening to the Emperors? Crazy points from the Emperors with 2 points. How is this happening? I believe Emperors have some, I think the team is one of the best when it comes to their region. We have the 4B4M with the 3, TBW with the 3, Gufa with the 3, MM with the 4. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. And this is something that I don't even believe, but expect this. Sometimes you don't have to believe, you just have to expect. A lot of surprises are here. A lot of things do happen. This is the elimination leaderboard, and that is the Unique Madman. This was the guy that topped the charts yesterday. He was the MVP with 8 eliminations. Today he has added those eliminations, that is 7. So the guy has 15 eliminations totals. Angry with the 14 eliminations. We have the RGCS. This guy got 11 eliminations today. That is 1 game. So you know the kind of competition that there is. 11 eliminations in 1 game, crazy. We have the 1B Red Line with the 12 eliminations, and finally from the 3 crowns, the 3C owner with the 10 eliminations. As we continue with these games, we understand, we get to know what is happening. And guys, they came from nowhere with their GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. Buy now and win a trip to the 2025 PMGC. Be their #1 fan and outplay the rest. Crazy Priest. Day 2. Oh my goodness. What should we expect in all those other games? As you look at the schedule, Priest, this is crazy. I know you're going to be talking about everything, and let me take a breather. Let me take a breather at the moment because I'm out of breath.
Well, we did have an incredible run of games today. Rejects taking that first chicken dinner, more esports with the second, and four miracles with the third. And Three Crown Esports took the four chicken dinner in Erangel, and 21st Century finished strongly in Miramar. Again, three South African teams today. South African domination in the chat. I need to see those South African flags, those Mauritius flags, and those Nigerian flags in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the top three countries that have dominated today. But South Africa, what a performance. Reject, Four Miracles, 21st Century. These three teams have shown that South Africa is not to be played around with, and they are putting work in. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we love to see. But it is not over just yet. One weekend down, it is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, brought to you by PUBG Mobile and Infinix. And what a ride we have had this past week. 10 games have been played. We've seen the leaderboard, but don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on all official social media platforms to stay up to date to the latest updates and the latest things, all things PUBG Mobile and PMAC Africa. But ladies and gentlemen, it is my name, still the same, Priest on the mic, and I've been here with PTK and Mitch, and thank you. Big shout out to Infinix, big shout out to PUBG Mobile, big shout out to the production team for making these amazing visuals possible. We will see you guys next weekend. More action, more PUBG Mobile, more Infinix, and more GT30 Pro. See you then.
See you then.